Welcome back to the afternoon of day 22 of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. This morning was a lot. At the end, we're just going to work backwards. At the end of court before lunch, the jury got an extended lunch today, but at the end of court before lunch, we saw TMZ, or a lawyer representing TMZ, come in for that motion that we covered yesterday at the end of stream. The judge found that TMZ does not have a right to intervene. TMZ is trying to intervene to block a witness that was, as TMZ said, just discovered through a Radar Online article that this witness, a former employee of TMZ, will be called to testify likely today. TMZ is saying that that person is likely violating their NDA. TMZ said in their motion yesterday that they have the right to journalistic privilege, that they have an interest in this case, because if that individual testifies to sources or to who leaked the video or who leaked that Amber Heard was going to be at the courthouse, it undermines kind of the integrity of TMZ's business, and they could lose business because of it. And the court said, you don't go here. Like, we don't even know her. She doesn't even go here. You can't intervene in this case, and denied the motion. But we also heard in the middle of that motion between TMZ and Johnny Depp's side, Elaine got up and was like, "Your Honor, this isn't even relevant. We can't." And the court was like, "Elaine, now is not the time. Witness objections can come up, but now is not the time." Then Elaine asked for a voir dire of the witness, like we saw yesterday with the witness from the Hicksville trailer park, and the court already denied that. What we learned about the TMZ witness is that the TMZ witness is coming in voluntarily, according to Ben Chu. We also saw Ben Chu kind of make a maybe a snarky aside, and then he got up and said, "I apologize," because the TMZ lawyer said, "That was snarky." He's like, "I apologize. No snark intended. I've known this lawyer, respect him." And the judge goes, "You're just a snarky guy, or maybe you're just a snarky guy." The judge also said, as TMZ was saying, this is an unusual circumstance. The judge is like, there's been a lot of those in this case. So we saw a little bit of some joking from Judge A today. And it seems that when they're up at the bench, not when they're in, open court often, but when they're up at the bench, Judge A has been bringing some levity. You see some smiling and some joking. Judge A really just seems like a delightful judge to appear in front of, who's been very patient. Don't always agree with the hearsay rulings. I would take a judge with a pleasant temperament and demeanor who is fair to both sides any day of the week. Because if you learn what the judge is doing on the hearsay rulings, because she has been consistent AF on that, then you can work around it, and you can make time for it. So with that, I'm going to get to some more questions. I'm going to just remind you that if you want to join the text crew and follow me around the interwebs, I am on social media at the Emily D. Baker. The text crew is available in North America. Your carrier may vary, but is a free crew to join, like Phil DeFranco's textemily.com. We'll get you there, and you'll get previews. I have a preview. I'm wearing new merch that hasn't come up yet. We're going to have to show you that in just a minute. The samples just came. I'm supposed to do things and prepare and share it and stuff. But you guys, we have an objection shirt coming. I'm so excited. So don't tell anyone that I just got excited and can't calm myself. I had to share. Let's talk about what else happened this morning. So this will be up soon. What else happened this morning? Johnny Depp took the stand. Johnny Depp took the stand in his own rebuttal. Yep. And Johnny Depp gave at the very end a very, I felt, emotional, my opinion, emotions may vary, your emotions may vary. I felt emotional testimony regarding how he felt watching all of this testimony, and how he felt getting to sit up there and tell his truth. And he said, "I got to tell the truth." I was actually typing it into a tweet as he was testifying. But what he said was, let's see, this is not easy for any of us, but no matter what happens, I did get here. I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. And then he went on to say, over the last certain amount of years, it was such a powerful statement to me because he was like, basically, I did it. I got here. I told my truth and I got here. It was a very, very interesting statement to see. And I wonder how the jury will feel about it. And hopefully we will see some of that in coverage later on. So with that, we had Johnny Depp on the stand. He's going to be back for cross-examination with Rottenborn. You already see them clapping between each other, which is an interesting thing. And we're going to see more of that, I suspect, on cross-examination. Backing up, we had Dr. Curry on the stand rebutting Dr. Hughes's testimony. Dr. Curry's cross-examination of Elaine cross-examination by Elaine felt frantic and rushed. And at one point, Elaine said, "We are on strict time here to get this to the jury." Not exactly, Elaine, because Depp's team has plenty of time and they've still got all court day tomorrow before closing. It is clearly Team Heard that is feeling the time crunch at this point. They were at a 10-hour roughly time disadvantage. Oh, yep, the jury's coming in. I see you. Judge is back. I hear you. Judge is back. Judge is back. Jury's back. We're coming in. This courtroom seems a little bit empty. Don't worry. We're not going to miss anything. Judge is back. Thank you, chat. You keep me on focus. Then we had, before that this morning, we got to, so Depp back on the stand for cross. We're just going to look at you guys. You've done amazing things. Thank you. The objection chart is not live yet. I will let you know when it's live. Follow me on the socials. I will let you know.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Miss Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Miss Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
At least he's not rushing.
Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
His pace is not super rushed, which I appreciate. Elaine came out with Dr. Curry rushed. We also had testimony from Kate Moss.
Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Miss Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay.
He's talking about here.
All right, but it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right?
Huh. Not my job.
Let's pull up Exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
Oh, new exhibits.
And that's defendants?
Defendants Exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
We love new exhibits. This is a new exhibit, and we all go,
Publish, Your Honor.
Oh, you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
put it in evidence before you publish it, Rottenborn.
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the comments.
I have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
Somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
Hey,
objection.
Paul Pack and El Jefe, good to see you both in the chat.
Just have the photographs in it.
Sure. So we'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction, which will be fine.
I'm very curious to see what this is going to be. I wonder if it's another version of this photo, a photo from another day.
On the bottom, I'm just
It's just redact that. Yeah.
Did it not get redacted? I'm going to go to super chats. As we're waiting for Rottenborn, I am a single full-time working mom with ADHD, raising a young child with ADHD. Would love you to do a chat on this and just get your insight. I'm happy to chat about it. And that's generally the kind of stuff, particularly in members chats, but I'm happy to do a chat on it. I'm not an expert. I only can speak from my own experience and my own experiences as an adult with ADHD, kids with ADHD, but definitely not an expert. Just want to make that clear. We're going to get to a few more since they're still redacting shit. Thank you, Emily, to you and your community for keeping this a great space to be. P.S. Your TED Talk has revolutionized my approach to future plans and goals. I love hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
It means a lot to me, truly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures there?
Yeah, he was trying to organize his space. I definitely try to control my space when I'm feeling stressed.
Mr. Depp, in these
For
pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye.
Fair.
The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
A side light will cause that.
yeah. Well, the
well.
picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No.
He's talking about
The
the
lens
light.
in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side
Right.
will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called,
Mhm.
to appear sunken. And-
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection
Well,
calls for
You
speculation.
can take that down, Michelle.
that was in fact in the dark.
Sus-
And I had a
sustain-
chef, I had people on either side of me, so
If you could
I
wait for
don't
the
see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Depp, if you could
People
wait
on
for the
either
next
side of
question,
me.
next question.
Next question.
Sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up
Objection
exhibit.
calls for
Let's
speculation.
pull up exhibit 1859, please.
Rottenborn is not going
1859.
slowly
Is
into
that
the
in
good
evidence?
night.
No, Your Honor.
They are just ready.
Mr. Depp, this is the same picture or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is
Let's
that from
say
their
he-
page? I would-
He didn't say he
sure,
knows
why
where it's
wouldn't they?
from.
Let's pull them up side by side, please.
He didn't say he knew where it was from. Oh, if we're getting into pulling
Your
up
Honor, I
photos
move
side
for
by
the
side.
admission of
That'll be
this
interesting.
exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
I hate
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly,
Your
It's
Honor,
been-
I'd move
it's
to strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just a photograph?
Yep.
You're gonna,
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
all right, over objection, I'll allow 1859.
Ooh.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could I please get you to,
You need to redact it first.
Yeah.
we actually have one, it's, that will admit
I don't like
or
the
ask you
huffy
to admit
sounds
is
either.
1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 18.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
Rottenborn has
So
been
this
a
is
good
1859.
lawyer.
Yeah, we
He
just
is
need to-
doing his job.
Okay.
The questioning is clear. But yes, the huffiness
We'll fix
bothers
that
me.
exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
18.
They also are working against the clock.
And
And that's
Michelle, what
hard
I'd
for
like
them.
to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859
Digital expert is still on the list.
was admitted into evidence next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop, those are both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please?
Can you try to make them the same size, please, Michelle?
This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
with radically different quality. And
No, you answered my question.
I
Commissioner
don't know, I
Polish.
wasn't done.
You
answering.
answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Oh boy. The whites look a lot different.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And in
let's
the
go to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit
Your
one.
team
Actually, no,
will
let's
have
talk about
time
Australia
to do
for a minute.
redirect.
Oh, good.
You testified that you've never
say, oh,
done
good?
ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her. but you
Rottenborn
heard her
is now starting to
testimony.
rush.
And you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once.
That's what she
came
said.
down after being apart from you for some time. and there were
Rottenborn.
8 to 10 gone from the bag.
No.
Objection form compound.
Misstates facts and evidence.
I also heard Miss Heard say I reached into a bag and threw and poured a bunch of
That's
Yep.
what she
MDMA
said.
down my mouth.
Correct.
Um,
That's right. She
a
didn't say you poured
handful.
10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful.
She did.
Okay.
Which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay. The fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was.
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull
for
up.
any
The
drugs.
whites on all the
Yeah, let's
shirts and
pull
stuff
up
in that
the,
picture look
plaintiff's
so
exhibit
different. It looked,
393,
I don't know if
please.
it was color adjusted or
You
what,
just
but
said you
the
don't
whites
recall
on the
you were begging
shirts
for
and
any
the
drugs.
suits,
No, I
the
don't,
jackets
but I do
Okay.
recall
looked so
being
different.
in great pain and great distress. So
Okay.
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
Okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay?
Ooh,
Published.
Rottenborn's starting to move quick. Michelle is Team Heard's tech person. I don't know if she's a
And
tech
if you can
paralegal
pull
or
up the
an
text,
attorney
please, Michelle.
who is in charge of the tech,
In this
but she's been doing a great job
text
with the tech.
message, Mr. Depp,
She is the tech person.
you were, after you suffered your finger
Tech
injury,
and
you
exhibits.
just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
He didn't say he was asking for it for
If
him.
you say so, sir,
And
It's
and
improper
whitey
impeachment.
stuff is cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy. You already
Yeah,
testified.
quite likely, yes.
Okay.
So
You
I
can take that.
didn't recall that.
Thank you.
But
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please?
Rottenborn is just going to keep going, which is interesting.
This is a
No one said it
picture
was
that
for
you were
him.
shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes, sir.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on it. Bottle,
Right.
Yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room.
To the
that's
extent
not a
it's
handle of
glass
vodka.
at all.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Mhm. Well,
It's,
actually, what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle. And there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
Rottenborn doesn't think he
No,
has
that's
enough
not
time
what
left.
I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
And that's not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big, it's broken. The handle's up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle
Calls
of
for
vodka.
speculation,
Objection,
lack of
calls for
foundation, lacks
speculation.
personal
I'm
knowledge.
not
When there's objection, hold on.
Right.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
No, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay.
He
Well,
doesn't see an actual handle.
you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification.
No, he didn't.
Let's move
No, I
on,
didn't
please.
say I saw a handle.
You also testified
No,
this morning
no.
that yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're
He
on the
didn't
same
say he
page
saw a
here.
handle. He
You
said that was the
testified
handle
earlier
bottle.
this morning that there was no phone in the bar area.
No. He said no wall-mounted
I
phone.
don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay,
I
He
don't
said no
recall- I
wall-mounted
don't recall
phone
a
earlier.
phone in the bar area where I,
okay.
no.
Let's pull up, Michelle, please, UK day 3 Page 421. Mr. Depp, we've
misstate the
we've done this drill
testimony.
before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have,
It's this. We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please? I would
Don't
like to
snark
have-
at opposing
What?
counsel.
He's
We don't have
the
copies for
testimony
everyone.
of the witness.
Bring
you
enough
can
for
have
the
my copy.
class, Rottenborn. Speaking of bringing enough to the class,
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial?
thank you to
for
the
several
law nerd
days,
that sent
correct?
me watermelon gummy
Okay,
bears.
so, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know
So
they
I
existed.
do remember a telephone in
I'm
the bar
living.
area. And this
Yeah, well,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421,
I don't
line
think the
19,
jury's going to like
you were asked the
this.
question, and this
I'm
telephone that
uncomfortable.
you picked up was made of. I'm sorry. I'm going to go up one
Huh?
line 15.
Can you come pick me up?
Question:
fighting.
At one stage, when you were in the kitchen
I just-
streaming
I-
this,
I
you
feel
picked
like
up
I'm
a
witnessing
wall-mounted
people fight and it's
telephone. Do you remember a
uncomfortable.
telephone in the kitchen? Answer: No, ma'am.
No.
I remember. A
I didn't know the
telephone in
watermelon
bar area.
existed in gummy
Question:
bear form.
And this telephone that you picked up was
This
made
particular
of
flavor.
Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer: It was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question: A phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please?
He's just reading it now. There's nothing to object to for this.
Question: A phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer: That is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you.
Nope,
Answer my
that's
question.
redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've
Redirect.
claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
When?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up
Be great.
the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
He needs context. That's fair. I would want my memory refreshed all day long. It was
Mr.
like,
Depp, you see the picture of you.
No, let him read it.
On the lower left,
Yes.
appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the
Do we get to
long
see it?
paragraph above that starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
Ah, yes,
You see
yes,
that?
yes, I
At the
do.
bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said,
a very tough witness on limited time.
"I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted." Did I read that right?
He's reading for context, which is fair.
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also
Where is it from? When is it
claimed
from?
that,
And it sounds like he's saying anger has no place here. I don't understand.
you said
the
before that
point.
if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours,
Oh,
haven't you?
that's interesting.
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you
respect-
repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, "I need, I want, I take," haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX 883, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna need some context.
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris. in-
There's not a question pending, sir.
883.
The judge is gonna
883,
cut you
It's
right
not-
off.
Is it
It
evidence?
is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Though it seems that Rottenborn is very excited about this.
Mr. Depp,
They better not be moving
these are
lines.
text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
if he asks for the metadata, I'm gonna die
No,
laughing.
this looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this
Show the
case.
full unredacted then.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
Let's
no,
do that.
Because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night.
Just
Mr.
answer
Depp.
the question,
Your
Mr.
Honor, I
Depp.
move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, do you want to approach for a moment?
Yes.
Let's take a look.
The huffing absolutely kills me, but now it's impeachment because he's saying I never said that. So it will come in on relevance ground because it seems to contradict what they're saying. But the huffing makes me wild. And again, this is going to be a very interesting, it's cross-examination. And this is why, do you choose to put Depp back on knowing that stuff like this can come up? I want to see the photos again. I want to take a look at it, but the scoffing is very annoying. But if they're going down this road of photos bad, photos bad, photos bad, it's that's a two-way street. So Rottenborn's cat, no, Needlehoff's cat typed it up last night while he was Google searching. So this is, I hate putting this out into the universe, Ruby, duty do. If there's a hung jury, what happens next? The parties have to decide if they do this all again. I can't imagine that they would.
883 in evidence as redacted.
So it's being redacted
Mr.
and
Depp,
admitted.
you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right. where
He's
it
saying
says
that they're not
Depp,
his.
And then it has a number, 8129.
He's
Those
saying
are
they're not his.
Produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp,
I mean,
on
he should be
February
tense. He's on
22nd,
cross-examination.
2017,
Tense is
you
appropriate.
texted Mr. Deuters.
That's going
right,
to be the problem for the jury.
Exactly.
If this feels
Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight?
That's not
read
what
that
you
right?
asked.
You read it, right?
And the
Yes.
one beneath that, you say,
Oh
I
my.
want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write, I need,
Rottenborn is reading
I
sexts into the record
Read that
again.
You read it right.
Rottenborn is reading
But I did
sexts
not write
again.
that.
Rottenborn is reading sexts again. Oh, Elaine.
Perhaps someone else
you wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
The sexting.
when you got off the plane from Boston,
Damn
you-
it. I didn't
you
get a
knew
picture of
Miss
the
Heard was
sext.
angry with you.
Oh, I'll have to go back.
It was pretty much a given.
Objection calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
I
She was
also
always
think
angry,
Molly is
yes.
ecstasy.
And you asked Mr. Deuters.
I think
same
Rottenborn just
person
doesn't
you can
realize
text
what's
now,
happening.
Michelle.
It's like the
Thank
throat
you.
texts.
Same
Rottenborn
person that you
didn't get
texted in
it.
that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight,
The plane?
the Boston plane.
Rottenborn reading the
Boston
sexts
plane.
into the record is literal might be my favorite thing.
So you're
Especially
saying
the
that
throat one
I,
was hilarious. The thrashing mackerel is something
Influenced Mr. Duder.
Molly
by
is
told him
drugs.
That he
like what the
had
fuck?
to write this, and I had told him he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Deuters to text to communicate with Miss Heard on your
A
behalf,
young
correct?
jury,
Objection calls for
a
speculation.
young jury is not going to read these the way Rottenborn is
He was your
reading them.
personal assistant. Mr. Deuters was
He's
your
back to
personal
trying to make
assistant,
fetch
correct?
happen.
I had two personal assistants
Right.
at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Duders was one of them. Yes, sir.
Right. And it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Deuters to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no,
would
Mr.
be
Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Miss
Your
Hurd
Honor.
had
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his
yes or
answer.
no.
I'd
question.
ask that Rottenborn chill.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Hurd after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders
He's asking you that.
communicate with Miss Hurd, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate her,
sorry, he's
correct?
sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer, it would turn into World War III.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 229, please? Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd ask
Oh.
for the admission of Exhibit 229.
They're asking if a door's
Your
been
Honor,
opened.
can we please approach?
Sure.
They're asking if a door's been opened. I don't know what door they think has been opened, but those text messages were not literal. We're back to trying to make fetch happen with hyperbole again, and trying to make it happen with hyperbole with a young jury who's going to look at it and being like, that's not literal, is just so weird. It's like when Rottenborn was trying to talk about the I have other uses for your throat. It's just
Depp,
wild.
You were pretty angry after Miss Hurd got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also
Wait,
tried to get her fired
did he answer?
from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Wait, compound.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
Correct.
One question, sir. You tried to get her
You asked
fired
two.
from Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting
It just
her-
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't
I don't have
That's
time
what
for
I'm
this
relating
shit.
to,
What
yes or
story
no at all
related to?
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single
It's
time.
a yes or no
poor
question.
court
Mr. Depp.
reporter.
You tried to get Miss Hurd fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit
The poor court
821.
reporter. RIP, like F in the chat for the poor stenographer with these two talking over each other. Because, oh my God, why are there no objections?
Is
I
that
think-
you trying to
Is
get her
this-
fired?
Strategic choice.
This is a text message that you had with
Uh-huh.
your sister, Chrissy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers.
She-
You can't fire Amber.
This is a text message you had with her
Just
on
answer.
June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
They're just going to fight.
June 12th. Yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection, 821.
Rottenborn, they're marking a record. Don't huff every time they make a record. They're letting the jury
On
see
June 4th,
how much Amber Heard's team is fighting.
2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that
So
right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers.
and
correct?
WB already testified.
Again, correct. Yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
Still who?
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Hurd, right?
I had vetted Miss Hurd. And
Mr.
I had vetted Miss Hurd.
Depp, you got your chance to
Warner
speak this morning.
Brothers
Your
had,
Honor,
Warner Brothers
Sorry.
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. Next
Yeah.
question.
you reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
I
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me.
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or
No,
no question. That you have to
nothing's been answered.
All right.
Nothing's been answered.
Okay.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein
My
to
head
try
hurts.
to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You reached out to Sue
them
Kroll.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
Well,
Kroll
would you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No,
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
no.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857?
Oh, chat. Rottenborn is not going to slow down. Rottenborn doesn't have time to slow down. This is just, there are moments
Mr.
it's hard to
Depp,
listen
this is
to. The
a
focus
text
just went out
message
in the
that
court.
you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016.
Does a text
correct?
message to Christian
This is already in
Carino
evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are.
have
it's not
anything
this-
to
Not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857, then don't.
850. Sorry.
Mr. Unburney, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The judge is
Understood.
like, please, for the love
we'll
of
call it
God,
857.
don't fuck up the exhibits now, Rottenborn. We have 2 days left. So the judge is like, you can't admit different. The record needs to be clear, not just for
My
the jury,
apologies, Your
but the record needs to be clear for the appellate court. Which
Mr. Depp,
exhibit
you
is
sent
which?
this text to
The
Christian
redacted and the
Carino on
unredacted.
August 15th.
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put in evidence
Yeah.
first?
Move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
There, I think he's worried he's going to run out of
Thank you.
time.
And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco.
Oh,
brother.
this is the one about
I'm even sorry to ask.
Elon Musk's crooked
but
dick.
She sucked Mollusk's crooked dick, and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy
Are you that
no
shitty lawyer,
fear.
sir?
and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this
Different-
gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless,
Different
dangling,
lawyers.
overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out.
I was surprised this
She
didn't
will
come
hit
in.
the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
This,
You did.
I believe, came in the UK case. I was surprised
Now,
it hadn't come
Not
in yet.
long after this.
Amber Heard's face has
Take
changed
that
quite a
down,
lot.
Thank you.
It's
Not
a
long after
lot
this,
of a text.
you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
That text
Yeah,
would not have come
September,
in
October, somewhere
if
in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney
he
since
hadn't
then,
taken a
correct?
stand again.
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Your counsel will object if it's objectionable.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't. I don't recall it. Okay.
You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
He's saying he
If
doesn't
that's
remember.
Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Well, you were here.
Okay.
You
But
heard the
I just
testimony.
didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right.
I
The
guess.
the same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged-
personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
That's why they didn't bring up the
Now,
audio more.
Mr. Depp, You
'Cause they're still
testified,
fighting
and I
over
wrote
who
it down
released it.
before lunch. You said,
Interesting.
when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember
You
saying
did.
that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Oh, are they going to get into the TRO? Is that
But
where
that's
we're
just
going?
not true,
Ooh.
is it, Mr. Depp?
Oh, dear.
That's not
Yes.
true.
Huh?
No, for me, it is true.
Okay. Well, here's the thing.
For me,
The
it
fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater,
Mhm.
you brought a lawsuit against The Sun
he
in
wants
June
to
of
say wife beater
2018,
as
correct?
much as he can in court.
Yes, I put a
And that
lot.
was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun,
Huh.
correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought,
Rottenborn's like, but he's not
you called a
answering.
lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they going to try to get into the
And
result of the
many
trial?
exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether you
Calls for a legal
committed
conclusion.
domestic abuse
Illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against The Sun because you were angry at The Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Or he felt it was slander. I mean, one of the two.
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a
went,
pretty good reason.
and you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Overruled. Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect.
No.
Thank you.
No further questions. Redirect.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your back?
Oh, she folded the post-it.
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and The Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as I
up.
said, it
Mr.
calls for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your Honor, he's
rules.
talking about his experience testifying.
He is talking about his experience testifying. Rottenborn,
You'll
you
be okay.
brought it up.
Yes, there is a very.
He's going to start back over again.
Everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Wass,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Interesting.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right, it's already in evidence, so we can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
For
Can
all
you
the
explain
huffiness
what
of
you're conveying
Rottenborn,
to Mr.
it
Carino in
was
this
a
text
good
message?
cross. He got into the things he needed to get into. This text is damaging,
I'm in
but it might be too late if the jury's
I'm
already
in
just like, who
total
cares?
shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis.
He was pissed. Fair.
By Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes,
I was pissed.
very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
And we've had so many other texts that have been hyperbolic, violent, with violent languaging.
Mr. Depp, do you
I don't
recall
know
seeing this text
If the
message
jury
when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
will
Yes,
find
he
that
loves this
hugely
one, yes.
impactful at this
Yes.
point.
Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
And this is why there's a redirect. And she slowed the pace down intentionally. She
Well-
didn't match the pace of Cross, which kind of
Warner
feels like a breath of
Brothers
fresh air.
they were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. If you could just wait for
Sir.
the question. I'll
Sir.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers
Might have
felt,
perceived.
why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and
Vouched for her? Is that what you're
painted
saying?
such a beautiful picture.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner
Oh,
Brothers.
Rottenborn, stop it with the talking objections.
Please continue.
Change seats.
So sorry, you can continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line,
Huh.
which is 2 franchises
He felt responsible.
that would be causing problems for one another, especially as all the any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. Just getting into what he claims he told.
He's
Warner
talking
Brothers.
about his state of mind.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
State.
Mr. Depp, you
Of
mentioned two
mind.
franchise films with Warner Brothers. What two franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman, sorry. Aquaman and Fantastic
There was Aquaman.
Beasts, the one that I was in.
Oh, right. Because
And why
Fantastic
did
Beasts is
you
Warner Brothers.
Feel a responsibility with respect to those two franchise
I
films.
not connected. that.
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces.
That makes sense.
On one level,
Aquanet.
yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business.
It's
And
relationships.
it's your word. And I had given my word to them. And I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those two film franchises were you a part
There
of?
we get to Fantastic Beasts.
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
He said.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
Her pacing is just such a breath of fresh air. And this is the difference when you don't have a time issue. While they're pulling up that exhibit, I'm going to see if I can get to a few super chats. So they want to compare a
Mr.
Facebook
Depp, do
photo
you
from
recall
someone else.
seeing these
Yes.
text messages during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
I think the cross can go or be argued both ways, but I don't know if they will.
Yeah, yes.
Is that a
I
TARDIS in the background? Yes, there's
And
several.
you didn't seem to recall
Sneaky
these
little
text messages.
TARDISes.
Is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not, I'm not
Do you have
seeing
any?
those. I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these two text messages?
No. I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand I don't have that kind of, I don't have that kind of hubris or
Jack, do they seem
expectation.
different
That's
to
quite
you
grotesque
than the
text.
other texts?
Can we take that down, please?
Do they seem
Can we
different to you
please
than the writing in
pull
the
up
other texts?
Defendant's Exhibit 1821. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay.
So he was sitting on
And
the.
do
This
you
is
see
the.
Mr. Ronborn asked you some
Bar.
questions about whether there was a telephone.
Yes,
In
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
And
There
did you
really
recall that
is.
telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
Yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes,
during your examination?
yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct. Yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia, and then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again.
Okay. I don't remember what any of these are. It's so many exhibits. And I'm popping over to look and see if there's any info on the Duggar sentencing.
Mr. Depp,
'cause
do you
it's
know
late
who
in the
took
day.
this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose. Yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us
Is what?
prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never.
That's probably her last question.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Next witness. Please let it be the TMZ witness. Your
Didn't quite get
microphone.
that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp calls Morgan Tremaine.
All right, Morgan Tremaine.
TMZ witness with Camille Vasquez as the attorney. TMZ witness, TMZ witness, TMZ witness. And Depp maintains he did not send those texts. That was stressful. Cross-examination is stressful. Rottenborn did a good cross. He got in and he got into the things he needed to get into. There's not much else they could do. But now we have this TMZ witness, and I want to know the tea.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of law?
I hope they ask, what, if any, contact have you had from TMZ? Because, wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello,
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
And what do you do for a living?
I produce esports events and design video games.
Why does everyone have great voices?
And in
today?
2016,
There's
what
lots
did
of
you do for a
voice.
living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
I'm fascinated.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Oh my God, I love the black fingernails.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hot spots where celebrities would be.
How much do you
And how were
spend?
those tips
Do you spend at
received?
Nobu?
They were received either through tips that we received
about
through our
Mr.
tip
Chow?
line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMC received
If
tips
Chris
from?
Jenner's name comes
They
up,
received
it's
tips
center bingo.
from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities,
They're going to ask about Laura Wasser too.
Lawyers?
and lawyers, definitely.
They're going to ask about Laura Wasser too.
How were tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that they
I love the
that
inside
source
TMZ
is
of all of
truthful.
this.
And so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number,
So nosy.
things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we
copyright.
would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for
keep getting
TMZ,
with
were
his
you
eyes
involved in
closed.
any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
How did you know? How did you know? How did you
Under
know?
what
how
circumstances
did you know?
would you normally send paparazzi
How did you
to
know?
a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only
It's not-
ever
there weren't-
send people there if we had been tipped off that something was
There weren't
occurring and there was somebody
Paparazzi
present
there
there.
regularly during
And
the
what
time I
footage
worked
was
there, and I
TMZ
worked
trying
there
to capture
in
at the LA
well,
courthouse on May
before that.
27th, 2016.
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What
did
was
you
your
know?
team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking.
Did you hear the court?
for-
What was she supposed to
I don't think
what was
there's a
he supposed to
foundation
I'll
or hearsay.
remove the
do?
objection at this point.
do? Being
Go ahead,
the
Mr.
judge's
Tremaine.
the judge's
Can you
voice
state
speaks
the question
volumes.
again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on
Do.
May 27th, 2016?
Being operative.
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Did your team of
Oh.
videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
How did you know she was
What is the
there?
difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process
I'm fascinated.
to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to, so we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
believe that was the August 12th.
Of 2000,
I believe that was the August 12th
The way my heart stopped.
2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager, because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection,
video.
Your Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he just said he's was a link from the Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp
Video?
smashing the cabinets.
And you
I'm
received
so
this video
interested.
in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded
Bro,
it, and then
video.
were instructed by the
it's just my
news
guess.
producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning and end, and then putting a
If I get copyrighted for that
translucent
music, I
watermark over it,
swear.
which indicates copyright ownership.
Don't do it too well. Why do you have copyright ownership? Why do you have copyright
After you did
ownership?
that, was it posted?
Draco,
It was
why
posted,
did you
yes.
strike my
Where was
videos?
it posted?
It was posted to TMZ.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX rather.
And why did you do
Exit
that?
the airport.
I was instructed to.
Chat started calling him
How long
Draco.
does it take
I'm
to
here
post a
for it.
story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
You guys, I see your stuff
How
about
does TMZ
the
obtain
texts.
copyright over
We're gonna get
images
to
and
it.
videos?
I saw the super chats.
The only way to obtain copyright over
Thank you.
media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it
I'm
was
waiting
from
for
the
the
original copyright owner,
Calls for legal conclusion.
and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to
File it.
extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something. And
She's not going to
write
answer the
article and
question.
post
She's
it.
going
It's
to let
pretty
the
fast.
jury put it together with
How much
circumstantial
time had
evidence.
passed from the time you received
Get
the
it,
kitchen
Camille.
cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Damn. Let the jury decide.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post
Said it
this
without
video?
saying it.
Objection,
No, they-
leading and calls for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
Needed.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Verified.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in
Verified.
this trial?
Verified.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly sniggering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
Present.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes.
Yes.
So how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago. Whatever
Interesting.
that date would be, I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your
Lloyd.
Honor.
Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
That calls
Objection.
for,
Calls
calls
for
for
speculation.
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself
At
kind
risk?
of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client.
Oh, shit.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were well aware of the TRO that was going to be
I'm not here.
presented on May
I'm
27th?
Objection.
deceased.
Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to see the TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's kind of a
Do you
complicated
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber for
I
the
haven't
parking lot
recovered.
for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
Do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you know
I worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Not testifying to
I
that.
have no further.
All right, redirect.
What's gonna happen?
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
'Cause you're bae.
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I had received.
Because they
So
copyright
I
struck
had no
Emily
interest in
Dubaker.
testifying. It
and I was
I
pissed.
had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go. Thank
Sir,
you.
you've slayed us all. We need a collective
Another
breath.
witness.
I can't handle another witness.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Neumeister, Your Honor.
All right, Brian Neumeister.
The same could be said of you taking Amber Heard as a client. TikTok has just lost their minds.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to
I'm
testify
going to
truthfully in
die.
this case
Who is this? Neumeister? Umbridge and Draco meeting in court, you guys. Thank you, chat, for being the best. Umbridge and Draco should
Yes,
be on
ma'am.
the same side, but not
Good
in
afternoon,
this
Mr. Neumeister.
universe.
afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Please be a
Yes,
metadata
Norbert.
expert.
Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan,
Proper way to spell it.
Neumeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing
Tell us what you
your
do. Tell us what you
educational
do.
background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University Northridge 42 years ago
Go CSU.
with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
Probably metadata.
I
Binary
own
related.
USA Forensic.
Yeah.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work.
I thought he
we have
said we are
offices
Gucci.
in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us,
I really
data
thought he
is
said we
data.
are
It takes
Gucci.
no side. So we could be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister. And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have.
Skymeister.
About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been
Did an
picked up on
expert say he was going to lie under oath
or
on a
any other
hot
type
mic?
of recording,
Or did he say
removing
we'll lie?
background sounds, video clarification. We do a lot of work with Axon
I'm
cameras.
just going to object on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right, do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
It's his
I'll overrule the objection.
background as
Go
an
ahead, Mr. Neumeister, you can
expert.
Where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle
Oh yeah, rebuttal
low lux
sassy.
levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up. We are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is
we
part
clean
of
up
the
photos.
Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer
trying to
forensics,
block
and
the
cell
jury from
tower
hearing all
forensics, along with
This is all coming
photographic
in.
forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to
I think I heard myself
It can be
yelling at
anything
that
from a
last.
pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation.
So
It
across
could
the
be
board.
any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions.
No, I can't
or
settle.
computer
I'm very
extractions, could be money
distracted.
laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a
don't
voice,
know.
that type of thing.
I think
Satellite
it's
imagery,
photos.
basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say
Oh, yes.
we average about 150 to 200 cases a year.
Holy
In the
shit.
last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases.
Oh, your
And that
company.
would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S.
Military
Supreme
court.
Court. So
Supreme
it's
Court.
really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you
But do you have a
testified as an
Post-it?
expert in digital forensics before?
Do you have
Yes.
a Post-it?
And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and giving it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Facts. We love data.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes
Enjoy
there
this,
might
dude.
be curbs put on. For example, in this trial, there's certain
Bumpers.
boundaries. Or if you're working with a pro per
Evidence.
or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system,
don't teach
it's a
digital.
little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
Attorneys don't know tech.
What is digital
A
forensics?
lot of them don't.
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off
in
as a
analog?
cameraman.
There.
My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service
I know how to
administration
develop
for the
my
NBC
own
television
film.
network on the West Coast.
Just
So I
saying.
grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad.
Oh, we've heard of
cameras like
Leica
that.
and
I trained with
Hasselblad.
some of the best photographers around. at
We're
the
nerds
time,
here.
William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers.
I also really like
um,
photography.
I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The
Did
police
you record
department
the
did not
OJ
have a
chase?
helicopter, nor did
Please bring it
Aeronet.
all around.
So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew.
Air rescue
So
too.
as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990
Oh, I
through
love
current.
photography.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did do.
Nerds, feel
I
free
did
to
shoot part of
photog
an
nerd in the
episode,
chat.
a
Enjoy.
program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television.
He did Planet
anymore.
Earth?
It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in
Do
the
you miss it?
helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be.
Is there a
And
white
since I'd
Bronco?
be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And
There's a nerd. We need him. Help.
it just ended up, more and more people started calling and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Are
Yes.
you board
But
certified?
again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications.
Have you been
because
to
the
DEF CON?
certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years.
Sir, where's
My
the book on
partner,
your life
Matt
story?
Erickson, he's actually a
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner is not
Stop it. We're
testifying
interested.
on relevance.
Shut up and sit down. We want to know.
Mr. Neumeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
We want to know.
for cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted or
He said Celebrite.
which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, the IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also,
White paper on
with
it.
the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
We're going to have a chat with Snubs about
Have you received
all
any
of
honors
this.
or awards?
Yes, I've received
Just know,
about 80 honors and
Shannon,
awards. I have.
we're going to have to talk.
For videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written music for the program. And the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've won, done the music to a piece that won the Gold Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done
what is
music
happening
to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries and news.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so.
We'll have to look. I don't
have
know.
much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC,
all the C's,
Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education.
I'll take those CLEs.
Audio
Sign me
Engineering
the fuck
Society,
up. I'm here.
We try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow.
All the CLEs I've taken on tech have sucked.
Our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to attend.
I'd pay for those CLEs.
As an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Are you speaking at
Any
any
objection?
conferences?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so
Can you be at
moved.
the ones in Vegas? I like to go there. Can we just
Mr.
do?
Neumeister, turning
we
to
do
the work
that?
you've done in this case.
Oh my
what
god, I
have you
love
done?
Snubs. I need to have her on.
I was asked to
I love her.
analyze the photographs of reported injuries.
I'm nerd
to
hyped.
misheard,
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
to authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about
I feel
1,000
like
lines of
my next
code
rabbit
in
hole
the
is
EXIF
looking
data
at
on a
all the work of
JPEG
all these
photo.
experts because
So
I'm
we would start
fascinated.
with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked
Fascinated.
at?
Yes, when we're dealing with
Were you given all of the
RGB
data?
cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope. We do a luminance scope. We do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
Like,
you want to approach?
What's outside the scope? I want to know more. Stop. Objection to your objection. We are curious. At this point, we are just here trying to recover from everything that happened with TMZ that was so fast, and trying to figure out what we're going to learn. But he was asked to evaluate the photos from Heard's team. I wonder if the jury perked up as much as we did, because all of us were like, tell us. So I'm very interested. I don't know why chroma's outside the scope. I wonder if they're going to say it was outside the scope of disclosure, perhaps, like how much was disclosed that he was going to talk about and whether he's going beyond that. I don't know if that's what they're trying to get at, but we will see. It's going to be really interesting. You guys are saying, yes, he might see what happened with the contrast in the same photo. I've still not recovered from this morning. I mean, just deceased. Question, could it be that he won't get sued because Amber slipped during her deposition in Camille's cross when she mentioned the TRO? Can he be held accountable if Amber was the one who confirmed first? He was very careful in his testimony, and the jury can make the reasonable conclusion, right? You're allowed to use circumstantial evidence. He said, this is how long it takes. We're back on the TMZ witness. This is how long it takes to put something up if we have to verify copyright. Quite a lot of time. If we have it from a direct source, it takes about 15 minutes. How long from the time you got this video to the time it went up did it take? 15 minutes. He didn't say Amber Heard turned it over. But could the jury reasonably conclude that? Yes. So I don't think he will get in trouble because I think he was very cautious. He did not disclose the
Neumeister,
source.
Based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, at least one, possibly two.
objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence.
Mr. Neumeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And
She's
what
just gonna
conclusions have you formed about
rebound.
those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
We're talking
objection.
generally about opinions right now, Your Honor.
Yes, we
and we're
are.
gonna get into some specifics.
Bro, you sound a little panicked.
Specifics.
Okay.
It's like when they were trying to object, when Depp's team was trying to object to Heard's expert. It's like, why are you objecting at this point? It's not a good look. So she's going to just be like, it doesn't cure the issue. Yeah, they're just repeating the words back. She should have said, what, if any, opinions do you have?
Mr. Neumeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
Go back to the opinions. We
I'd
didn't
like
get
to
there.
pull up
Wait.
plaintiff's
Close the loop. Close the loop.
If I might approach.
He didn't talk about his opinions yet. Wait, don't forget to ask about his opinions. Somebody give her a Post-it.
Your Honor, I would again object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
you want to approach?
Stop approaching. Stop it. Also, we're at 176,000 of you here. Thank you. Go ahead and do the YouTubey things, the likey, subscribey things. I'm just going to remind you that if you would like to be in the text crew to stay up to date on what I'm doing, videos, merch, quick bits, all the things, all the lots of things, text Emily in North America, text messaging rates, but free to you. I don't charge for you to be a part of the text crew. And if you want to follow me on the socials at the Emily D. Baker, we were not done talking about everything that happened with the TMZ witness, but the TMZ witness did not specifically state who the source was. He stated the timing of the events. The jury can make a conclusion. It can be argued. It laid enough for them to get to it, I think, because I was like, oh, damn. So it seems to me that because it didn't take them long to verify that source, that they had that information. Also, the fact that Amber Heard was supposed to stop outside the courthouse and turn so a cheek could be photographed was
can we
telling.
pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which has been admitted into evidence?
Thanks, Tom. Question, if
Mr.
the Molly
Neumeister,
texts aren't literal, why did he say he didn't write them?
Does this photo appear to be one that you have
We're gonna-
analyzed as part of your analysis?
We're going to have to talk about the texts.
There were many versions of this
They were
photo.
incoming, not outgoing.
I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values.
Dozens of
different
versions of
file
this?
sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
She's like, hey, Needlehoff, you asked for
At this
this.
time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative plaintiff's exhibit. 13.
Needlehoff, you asked for this. You
Any
asked
other
for us to go
objections?
I
photo
would
by
object again, Your
photo
Honor,
by
because
photo.
the
So we're going to go
photograph in 170A is
photo
not in
by
evidence.
photo by
I mean, the
photo.
photograph's in evidence. None of the photographs he wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. I'm not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Can we go to
Publishing
1303,
history.
please?
Ooh, demonstratives.
And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically,
They
don't
won't
match.
hash?
But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email. Maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well,
Wow.
this is just 3 of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustain objection.
Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All 3 of these
He's
photos
not allowed
had
to
to
talk
go through
about
some type
the-
of transformation to
Right.
change sizes.
The jury is going to
We
pick
can
up
take
on
that
what he's
one
saying is the
down.
problem. And they're trying to prevent that from happening, which is
You
their job to do.
mentioned, Photos 1.5 and Photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, the
You
sharpening.
can pinch zoom.
Or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using.
So you know.
Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically, and there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that of operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can we pull up 1304, please? Your Honor, may I approach? You okay?
All right, so they're approaching about a photo. They're going to go through and through and through these photos. He's like, let's go one by one. He's like,
Permission
fine,
to publish
let's go
as a
one by one.
demonstrative, Your Honor.
Let's go one by one
Any
through the
objection?
demonstratives. Thank you
Any
so
objection, Mr.
much.
Sorry, Your Honor. My
She was
co-counsel's
just to
talking.
publish
I'm
it
so sorry.
as
we'll
a
take it.
demonstrative.
I don't know why Elaine does that.
No
Sometimes
objection is demonstrative.
on
All right,
cross,
thank
the
you. We'll
question
publish it as
sometimes
1304.
matters more. Hello, Jen Gerard.
Just as a demonstrative.
On cross, sometimes the question.
And Mr.
Matters
Neumeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, yeah.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of
The jury
phone.
doesn't.
It's an
The jury
Apple
does not get the
iPhone
demonstratives.
6. And
They're
then the
just an
resolution is
example.
72 pixels per inch, 72 to 1.
That's a good question. Thank you.
And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying Photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom?
This is
there
very
anything about this
interesting.
photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got Photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the Photos 3.0.
So they're coming out of editing programs, not directly out of the camera.
And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have
Emily,
other
tech
photos in
issues.
this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right,
WAP.
can we scroll to the next page?
Same thing. You've got up here in the top, you've got the Photos 3.0, and this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence, were gone through Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.5, an earlier version.
The jury sees the demonstratives. The jury sees the demonstratives as we do. But they do not get
And
them
what about
back
this
in
one?
the room.
Same thing, Photos 3.0.
I imagine that they are sitting
in
up
the
and
photo,
taking notes.
Editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see Photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression
Not anywhere near an
artifacts
original.
because it's a JPEG file.
There's going to be compression.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can we move on to the next page of this demonstrative, please?
There are some tight
And
rulings on this,
again,
it
same
seems.
thing.
Interesting.
You've got the Photos app.
Okay. And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says Photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
All right, we can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
All right. And I see you guys are saying that the Josh Duggar sentence is in. So as we take a break, I will go look at that real quick. I had thought that Duggar would get anywhere between 8 and 12 years. It looks like he has received about 12.5 years. Not surprised by that. So I will go and just look at the reporter that I've been following on that case real quick.
Let's come back at 4 o'clock. All right.
But all right, so we've got about 20 minutes. I'm going to answer some questions. Wise chat, you guys caught that on those text messages from Johnny Depp, and I'm going to go pull them up on Twitter, that those text messages were incoming, not outgoing, and that is going to be necessary. Not that I'm going to say I was right on the Duggar sentencing, but I was totally fucking right on the Duggar sentencing. Like I'm a lawyer or something with almost 17 years of experience who did criminal law. Just saying, I don't normally speculate on those sorts of things, but when it comes to sentencing, it's much harder with who will win and who will not win. But when you get down to a sentence, there's much more of a formula for that. So we're going to go over to Twitter real quick from Anna Darling. Breaking Judge Timothy Brooks has sentenced Josh Duggar to 151 months in prison, about 12.5 years for the receipt of the CP. So that absolutely tracks. That absolutely tracks. The minimum, and then we will go back to this real quick. We will get back to Depp v. Heard. The minimum on this case was 5. The maximum is 20. This is just about right where I thought a federal sentencing would be. Federal sentencings tend to be a little bit lower. So, all right, let us go. Let us go into the text messages because let me go find those real quick. They are on, I had sent them on my, I had put them up on Twitter. I see Viva Fry's like aggregate knowledge of the internet. I saw someone else mention this, but I went to check the playback of your video and the Molly texts were indeed incoming instead of outgoing. And that's why we scanned post it because it's hard to catch stuff in the moment. Direction incoming. Direction incoming. Incoming, right, exactly. These are incoming. It's interesting that nobody caught it in the moment. I don't know. And so participant him, but that might be, who is this incoming to then? Is this incoming from Stephen Deuters? Because Depp said that doesn't even sound like me. That's very interesting. I wonder if that will come up at closing. So there we go. I don't know if it's because of the way the texts are saved. I don't know if it's significant. We will see. So let me go and anyway. All right. We got to Duggar sentencing. We got to these photos. Let's go answer some questions while the court is on a break. You guys, thank you so much. I think we're going to, at some point, we're going to zoom past 538 on the road to 550, which is wild. So wild. All right, let us get to questions. My brain is, there's so many, so much has happened. We're going to just try to get to questions. Detective Seeds, I love your content, hoping to collab soon, and I'm excited to share with you. I was just monetized today on YouTube. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. It's a big moment. YouTube can take time to monetize, so congratulations on that, and thank you. If an attorney is asking questions that are not allowed or going against the rules and the opposing team doesn't object, does the judge intervene? I mean, generally the questions can call for an improper answer, but if the other side doesn't object, then it's not really against any of the rules. So unless it's, I guess there's always a situation where something is completely outside the appropriate boundaries, but that would be the rare and unusual case. But no, the judge generally doesn't intervene unless the other side just hasn't caught it and it's like violating rules of ethics or professional conduct or something. But that would be an odd circumstance for just a question. EW said, she said under testimony, one was taken in the morning and one at night. It's very interesting. Do I think it's enough? And as I said earlier today, and we'll keep saying, when it comes to perjury questions, I will get to them later. I know that there is an eagerness to find that. I think this is impeachment. It's impeachment. She's saying she didn't say two different things under oath at this point. This is impeachment. She said this under oath. They're saying that can't be under oath. But proving that that means she lied is much different. Was the timing correct too? That's what it's looking like. For TMZ guy, how was he allowed to be a witness when he said he watched a clip of the trial? He's a rebuttal witness. He said he watched the video. She's like, so you saw some of the trial? And he's like, I saw the video because TMZ was being mentioned. But that only goes to seeing the video. None of the other witness testimony could change this witness's testimony because he's testifying to something that has not come up in this trial at all, where other witnesses, including Gina Deuters, were testifying about events that other witnesses were testifying to. And with rebuttal witnesses, it's very hard to avoid if you don't know you're going to be called as a witness. So the screen grab from the text says incoming. And that's, thank you, that we just covered. Our objections counted as time. They can be against the party that loses the objection. I saw someone else mention this, but thank you. So these are the ones we got that were a screenshot was taken of. Thank you from Viva Fry. Thank you. Is there a reason that the attorneys constantly rotate around the table? Is there a strategy for this? Yes, there is. It's the one that's at the mic closest to being able to get up the bench. The attorney that is the one who is objecting or active with that witness is the one sitting at the back corner closest to the podium, able to see the court and able to hit the mic. So that's why. That's what matters. So that's why. Question, is there a difference demonstrative versus evidence? There is a difference. The difference is the demonstratives are examples and they don't go back to the jury because in that case, the things that are said is the testimony. The testimony is the testimony. But evidence, the photos and stuff go back to the jury and they can review because it's the evidence. So that's what the difference with demonstratives is. Could Depp's team call for impeachment of each of Amber Heard's witness right before closing? So they are impeaching the witnesses with these rebuttal witnesses. They are trying to show that they're bringing receipts saying they said it was this, we're saying it's this. So that's what's happening right now. Could they do it to every single witness if they have time and the witnesses to do so? But they need the witnesses to do so. Lisa and Glenn said a mass thank you, Emily. Without you, I would not have been able to watch this. You're such a beautiful person. Thank you. I can't wait to see where we all go next. Your community here is such a beautiful, safe place. Thank you, Lisa. I love the Leonard community. Christy says, is it just me or does all the huffing make you think of it? Do you mean a spoiled, rotten teenage child? Like Ben King said, huffing is how a child responds when they don't get their way. The huffing is very odd for me. It's very frustrating to me. I've heard counsel say, Your Honor. I've heard counsel say, but Your Honor. I've heard counsel say, it's offered for this. Normally it's objection, legal grounds, and then legal grounds. Objection, hearsay. Your Honor, not hearsay, state of mind. Your Honor, not hearsay, not offer for the truth. You normally get legal grounds, legal grounds. What you don't normally get is, Your Honor, I don't think it's hearsay. And that's what we've gotten a lot this trial. And it's been odd. It's been odd. Legally, is it a problem if he did try to get her fired, or is it just to make him look angry for the TRO? He said he didn't try to get her fired, and it goes to her damages because she wasn't fired. So it goes to a couple different things. Damages being one of them, him being jealous and overbearing being one of them, and him being impeached by saying he didn't try to do that, and them saying, but yes, you did. But him going to his sister, I think, is a bit different than talking to WB. And I had completely forgotten WB was Fantastic Beast, and they tied it back around. I was like, oh yeah, right. He was also worried about protecting his reputation and relationship with WB. So we talked about objections. Thank you, Marisol. Could you please explain why it seems he's not being allowed to point out what was done to the pictures? It seems that there are prior rulings because Needlehoff said prior ruling. So it seems that there are rulings about what this expert can get into and what this expert can't get into. And that is the court's prior ruling. Why or how those rulings were made, we will see. If one juror thinks she's innocent, can she win? So with civil, we are going with liability, not guilt versus innocence, made in Venus. Not just so we're all using the same language. But if one juror thinks, oh, we binged. Thank you, guys. If one juror thinks, I don't know where we binged at, that says 529. But on the back end, it says 530. Thank you. If one juror thinks that Amber Heard is telling the truth, this jury can hang. And this is why. If you think that Amber Heard is telling the truth, then she has detailed horrific abuse and violence. And if she has experienced the abuse and violence as she has said, and you believe that, how do you then turn around and say she defamed somebody by using her voice? I don't see how you get there. I don't see how you make that decision. And so, no, it's not a win. It can be a jury hang. They all have to agree if Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp, or if Johnny Depp, through the attorney statements, defamed Amber Heard. All of the jurors have to agree one way or the other. If they cannot all agree, it hangs and it's done and there's no result. Or they can say nobody defamed anybody. Goodbye. Does Judge A have to stay off? The judge can do whatever the judge would like within judicial ethics. So the judge can look at socials. The judge would never be posting about the case on socials or things like that. But the judge can look at socials. At the end of the day, with the amount of work Judge A is doing, do I think Judge A wants to be on social media looking at this case at all? No. Judge A was talking about the TMZ motion and read all the case law for the TMZ motion last night. So Judge A presided over a busy and active day in court and then went home and prepped for today in court. With the case law, the rulings that would come up, and the written motion and reading case law. I am sure Judge A is tired, and I am sure Judge A, the last thing wants to do is look at what social media is saying about this case. So, but no, not required to. Does it seem suspicious that Amber Heard's team is constantly objecting to the digital forensic specialist? Nope. Seems to track to me. Seems like they're stalling that it may be doctored. Nope. Seems to track. They are trying to protect their case as best they can. That is their job. If they weren't objecting, I'd have questions, like a lot of questions. Haley Bohm said, once I went to someone's apartment asking for my friend Molly who lived there, he thought I was asking for drugs. That's fantastic, Holly. What a fun story. Question, are they trying to run out Depp's team's clock? Oh, they don't have the time to do that. Depp's team was at a 10-hour advantage. They don't have time to do that. And this expert is really interesting to watch. Vader's mom. We love a Pawner named after Star Wars. Just found you through this case. I've learned so much about the law that I didn't know I wanted to learn until I was watching you through this case. It is still confusing sometimes, but you do a great job. Sometimes I'm confused. I mean, there's times I look at this and I'm like, why are we doing this? What is happening? Why is it happening? But I love breaking it down the best that I can from my experience and my education, and with some, not as maybe snarky as Ben Chu. No, probably more snarky than Ben Chu. He has a little subtle shade. Ben Chu's shade is a little velvety. This hair is going to have to go back in a bun soon. It's just annoying me. Why didn't Depp's team wait to put him on the stand till they had no time left? I think they would run a very large risk of the judge just granting more time based on the fact that it's a party to the case and the judge wants to protect the case from creating an appellate issue. I think they have an order of witnesses. I think their order of witnesses is part of the story that they're telling. When we talk about a case like a roadmap or a puzzle, they want to put the pieces in so that the picture is being exposed to the jury in the way they want. So they are using these puzzle pieces to help the jury see their side of the story in a well-crafted case. That doesn't always go according to plan. Witnesses have problems, unavailability, scheduling, but they are really trying to build these witnesses on each other to show that picture to the jury. And I think there's a strategic choice for where to put Depp to make sure that he is not buried under experts. And also, we've just had Depp cross-examined, and the idea that photos can be faked is already in the minds of the jury. So it's a perfect time to bring in the expert who's going to talk about photos being faked, because that's just been discussed. So could the obvious hostility and Rottenborn backfire with the jury? It absolutely could, and we will see if the jury talks about it. I have been seeing reports on social that there was a motion to seal the jury's information. I got a bunch of ats on it, which I appreciate. I love it. Leonard's best legal research assistants ever. I saw a bunch of ats about it. It's not uncommon that juror information is sealed, particularly in a high-profile case, for a year after the case, meaning that the attorneys and media can't go find the jurors. That doesn't mean that the jurors can't choose to talk. So it's not uncommon. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Can they remove photos from evidence? Negative, Ghostwriter. Those are in evidence. Evidence. Emily sent you an epic screenshot on your Twitter about the 15 minutes of fame reaction. Minsky, assuming that your Twitter is the same, is it let me go see if it's a DM. I'll look and see if it's a DM, and then I'm going to see if it's an @ and I'm not going to pull up my screen and expose DMs. Let's see. I will look for that real quick. Where is my Twitter is full, but I will try to go find the TMZ clapback. Hold on. Now we just need a side by side about the DUI guy and I having the same reaction. Look at James from court. All of us right now. That's fantastic. Oh wait, here's a clip. Hold on.
Televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
it? I can ask that question.
Oh, ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ,
I just
a
love
very
this so much.
litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, you know
I
this.
find that to be
you know
purely
this case.
logical. Thank you. A little argumentative. Objection, argumentative. Then they talked it through. Then objection, argumentative. I'm still not over. I'm still not recovered. For those of you asking if that's from court today, yes, that was the TMZ witness from earlier this afternoon. I'm still not done. I'm going to have to watch that clip. I mean, TikTok's going to love this clip the most. I have to watch this a few more times because that was a boom goes the dynamite moment. And I lost my mind and then I didn't hear the end of what he said. But Ben Chu's face, I didn't see. We're going to play it one more time because I didn't see Ben's face on that. And I was looking at a little, because it was objection argumentative. And then she said a little argumentative.
This is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
it? I can ask that question.
Oh, ruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, you know this.
Chu
You know this.
Chu trying to remain professional in court is giving. I'm hearing court. Darn it. How did time go so fast? I sent you your reaction. Okay. I'll go find it after court for sure. Benshu's face. He's trying to stay professional in court. He's trying not to signal to the jury. He's just, oh. Can civil cases be considered precedent setting? Holly, bringing us back to the ground and out of the clouds of a sassy witness. Thank you. We've circled it back around. We're just checking in on this, the road to 550. Yes, but precedent setting means that the law that is created or interpreted from the case would impact other cases. So generally, precedent setting law needs to go up through levels of court: the appellate court, the Supreme Court of the state, the Supremes of the land. So or the circuit courts, the like the Ninth Circuit, Second Circuit, the circuit courts. So you would generally have the case go up, and then change an aspect of the law. There's not a ton that is novel about this case. The parties, of course, huge celebrities in a civil case like this is novel. I'm surprised court's not back yet, actually, with this, because I believe the court said we'd be back about 5 minutes ago, but I've been talking and I lost track of time. So you would generally have to get the case up to the levels where it's going to have some impact. And there are cases that run test cases because there's an issue of law. They find a fact pattern that works to run those test cases up through the courts to set precedent. There's nothing that's a novel turn of law with this case.
Yes, sir.
May we approach for just one moment? Okay.
Goody. We've now approached. I wonder if they're going to try to talk again about what they're allowed to get into with this expert or just seek further clarification. But so yes, civil cases can be precedent setting. They can redefine the torts and the way things work. This case has already seemingly changed things in Virginia. I don't know if it was this one specifically, but some of the anti-SLAPP law in Virginia has changed after this case. It might be coincidental. So yes, it can be. Do I see this case as one of those cases? No, this case is setting more of a social precedent for how you litigate a high publicity case, what litigating a case in the age of social media looks like, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
That umbrella guy found a quote that JD could remember. It's from 17 years ago. It's on his Twitter. Okay. I mean, I'm sure that umbrella guy did find it. I will go look. How do we know it's a young jury? From the court watchers that have been in court, like LawLumber, DUI guy, and others. That's why. It's going to have consequences that they showed his phone number. I don't remember which phone number. I'm guessing in the text messages, things should be redacted. It might not be a current number. So hopefully those were properly redacted. Question, wouldn't you think you would take pictures of yourself if you were thrown against a wall, made to walk over glass? I mean, those are the questions that they've been getting to, and they got to on cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Neumeister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows
The
a
jury
photo
might
with
find that
exit
too.
data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that counsel can review.
Oh, there's a
If that's all
video
right.
demonstrative?
Okay.
Yes, girl. Emily loves demonstratives. So much. They are saving all of their time for this witness. I don't know how you cross this in the time they have left, because I imagine TikTok on the clock is a huge concern here. Team Depp has absolutely played the end game in this case, especially with regard to trial strategy and time. And that's been really interesting. Wait, this is not Needlehoff. This is the new dude that was here today. He must be the tech one. They're like, hey, you might be a millennial. Can you please do the tech? The amount of times I was brought in to do the tech in my job, not just in my job, but when I worked in Congress for a summer and stuff like that. I was often, as all interns everywhere, but I was often brought in the early 90s to do the tech, to fix the copying machines, all the things. I was part of the Lindsay Lohan preliminary hearing because I was helping with the tech, and the DA that did all those cases. And I were in a murder case together at the same time. But yeah, getting to be the tech person in law is like an in to all the cool shit, because lawyers are totally bad with the law, and not the law, lawyers are bad with the tech, especially the more senior lawyers. There's a lot of lawyers that are like, I like the law, I don't want to deal with tech at all. So for those of you that have a tech background and are interested in law, there is so much need for you. So all right, let's get to a few more questions during another long sidebar. I'm going to see if we can do a side-by-side. Oh, no, we're back from sidebar. No need for a side-by-side. That quote was from 1995. I was still in high school in 1995, and I'm old AF. Nice to see Draco finally fighting for justice. I mean, my cats are named Fred and George, and they're twin ginger cats. So we have deep Harry Potter connections here. The Molly texts were incoming. I saw that. I wonder if it will come up. I wonder if it will come up. Oh my God, I interned in Madeleine Albright's office during undergrad, and they really didn't understand tech, even though it was late 90s basic tech. Me. So I love it. I love all the conversations. I don't know. What's the significance of the phone? I think this was from earlier. It's
Right, we took care of that. You're right.
how the photos came in and out.
Or would you like to see it?
Okay. And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I understand that's the point of redirect. I don't know why those are highlighting. Sorry. Rascal said, I'm a research assistant in Turkey. If the jury decides one part is right, who decides the amount of money? The jury. One party. The jury decides the amount. Yes, JD can get an amount. Either side can get an amount other than what they asked for based on the jury's determination within some
All right.
boundaries.
So 13, marked as plaintiff 1305 and use this demonstrative. You can publish to the jury.
Right. 90s friends. I see all of you. I see you.
Mr. Neumeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared. And then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
I did see this.
Can you publish
I
it?
did. Kind of like the 8 to 12 years we talked about. I can't wait to see the demonstrative. What's going to happen? Oh, they're running it through iOS and Photos 3. Can we do that again?
Mr. Neumeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one that says 9.3.1, there is a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And
I'd say.
Tom, could we pull up defendant 708?
Yeah, I think Runkle did a video on this. I'm going to have to link Runkle of the Bailey's video. Runkle did a video on this.
Mr. Neumeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
It's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one
The
down.
Photos 3.0 edit version.
Mr. Neumeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
Your Honor, exhibits 712 and 715 are outside the scope.
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
This is going to be some slow going. And for the jury too, it's going to be slow going. But this is exactly why you save these witnesses for the end. You want them closer in time and more in the jury's mind. So they are trying to narrow this down. This is the most I think we've seen them talk the entire time. I don't know if that's I'm unbothered or what. And also, I don't know if this lawyer ever said their name, because this is Roddenborn, this is Needlehoff, this is Umbridge, but I still don't know who this is. Maybe when he gets up and does cross.
All right. Could we pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1306, Tom?
Tom, like I said before, can we just
And
do
Your Honor,
that?
this is another video that.
Oh, more videos.
Can you pause that, please. This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that.
All right. I guess they're playing it through for the defense to view before the jury views it, which is appropriate. I'm sure the photographer is zooming in and taking pictures. Let's see. Why can't Amber Heard's team find the mic? I don't know. I think they get excited.
What exhibits are they? Sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Yeah, you objected to it. So we were trying to establish that, and then you objected, and we ended up at sidebar counsel. Runkle saw this coming.
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom?
Are they overlaying them?
And Mr. Neumeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
So they're the same picture?
There's exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the date's number, 712 and 713. They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been,
That
one's
wasn't
been
the
edited, one
testimony.
hasn't. Or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors. It keeps happening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It
Mr.
keeps
Neumeister,
happening.
did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos. Marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So
there we go.
These came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata. This keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
EXIF metadata, this keeps happening. There is a ruling here, and I don't know exactly what it was that is deeply constraining this expert, which is interesting, but there are issues with metadata in this case. We know that from prior motions in this case, but it is good for Team Heard. The more they can constrain this witness, the better off they are. This is probably the most jovial we've seen this side the entire time. He's signaling to the jury. So this keeps happening is not so much for the judge, in my opinion. I think this is signaling to the jury, Your Honor, this keeps happening. This keeps happening. And this keeps happening signals to the jury they're doing something wrong. So it's part an annoyance and possibly part a strategy.
So, Mr. Neumeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Neumeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
There's no way to validate these photos. If they open the door on cross, that'll be interesting.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
Wait.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
This is the direction you decided to go on cross, my
you have no
guy?
certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, boy. When you can't attack the facts, attack the credibility. All right. You're not board certified either, are you? This is
from the opinions you've testified today.
Oh,
You
wow.
relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely
gonna
on
open
for
the
the
door.
opinions you've testified to today?
The
I was
chroma.
trying to explain
Yep.
that you kept it.
What other data did you rely on for the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
the type of extraction that was performed. You're asking the question.
For the
on
actual
that-
opinions you testified to.
That is
what
I would
he
use.
relied
I would
on.
also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor, that was not
It's your
responsive to my question,
question.
Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
It's absolutely responsive to your question. You asked, what else did you rely on? And he's literally telling you what the fuck else he relied on. Oh boy. And if I am Depp's team at this point, I'm like, you're asking him what he relied on and then objecting when he's telling you what he relied on. This was not the way to approach this.
Sir, you can answer that question.
Yes, you can.
Pardon?
Answer
You
that
can answer the
question.
question.
He asked it. He
Can you
stepped
restate the question?
step in your own poop. He doesn't want to.
I don't recall
Read
the
it
question,
back.
Your Honor. We can move on.
No,
Your Honor,
read
maybe
it
we
back.
could have the court reporter read it back.
Yes.
They could redirect.
No. Read it back.
What was the question, Judy?
Now he's trying to avoid it because he lost the ruling. Ha!
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed.
Sorry.
Is that correct, Judy? Okay.
She had to write down, y'all. You have to deal with the grumpy that you stepped in, my guy. Yes.
That's fine. Okay.
So when you're analyzing video or photo, in this
Objection to video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
You asked the question.
All right. If you
Sir.
could just answer the question, sir.
when you're analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available.
He opened
That
the
should be
door and
done,
he is
but That's a
pissed.
whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
That's correct.
Who else would have done it is the conclusion.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
I would have stopped there. I would have stopped there.
Is that defendants 170?
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor.
I think I would have stopped. I think I would have stopped there. It might have because
So you offer testimony regarding this photograph.
he
during
opened the
direct
door.
examination, right, Mr.
Redirect
Neumeister?
it.
There's
That's a yes or no, sir.
On redirect. They should be able to get into it
a
more.
photograph like that. I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked about that particular photograph.
But do you recall being deposed in this matter?
There are so many
Yes,
different
You
versions.
were under oath?
Yes,
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Can I approach Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Did you bring enough copies for everybody?
Thank you.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm still shook that he opened his own door. He was like, what? He fought so hard to keep it closed.
Mr.
And I was like,
Neumeister, if you could please turn to page
open.
76.
I'll talk about that.
And when I say pages, those are the little pages in the 4 boxes, not the page at the top.
That's actually a very helpful clarification. We still don't
Do you
know what the
see
name
page
is.
76,
Thanks.
line 3? You were asked on April 6, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH
That's
7101?
a different
Response, can I refer to
question.
my report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes.
That sounds like there's also
Can you
missing
please pull up Exhibit
context.
517 or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, those were root beer. That's exciting. All right.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
That's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
Interesting. And the jury just heard that.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph
have
was
questions now?
visually doctored by
I've got
Amber,
questions.
correct?
I can't put the person.
At the
who
keyboard.
Might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
Oh my.
So you testified about photos 3. Do you recall that
He
testimony?
shaded this
Correct.
dude about his education, and now
Photos
he's
3
trying
is
to
a
tango
photo
with
editing
him.
and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor.
Technically, it's
So
withdrawing, counsel.
when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell
As
phone that
I
it was
did
taken on.
here.
But the notation photos 3.0
As
in the
I
software
did
EXIF
here.
metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the
He
photo.
attacked this dude's credibility and now wants to play, and that's what's going badly here. This is why you catch more flies with honey, man. You don't go
So
in
if you
that
could please
hot
turn
on an
to
expert
page 233
who,
of that
you know,
transcript.
may or may not have more experience than the years you have. It's just,
And
it's not a
line
good
20,
idea.
You see question when it says exit software, okay.
Oh yeah,
photos
Depp staring
3.0
down the lawyer is also not a good
on to
look.
234. That's just saying it was saved in photos 3.0, right? Response.
Yeah, I don't love
saved in
Depp staring down the
3.0.
lawyer
That's
either.
correct. Question. That notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer. That's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please?
Sure, let's go page by page. This is going to be so interesting.
Bottom, line 20. Question, you see, question, but the file changed visually just because it is.
Oh, I love
it has been
cross-exam. It's always
processed through
fiery.
Photos 3.0.
Love.
Answer, you know, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's
correct.
different than
But
what
again,
you
this is
just
That was my question.
asked.
Okay.
When you ask a question and then try to impeach with a different fucking question,
So if
it
the
doesn't
EXIF
work
metadata
like
software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data. It's, I mean,
Did you
can do
find
it on your
any
cell
evidence
phone.
in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Neumeister. Did
Yes,
you
it
find
was.
any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any
They opened
photograph
the door.
in this case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found, but you found no actual evidence,
Said.
correct?
That no one could.
I'm not
either
asking
way.
if anyone else could, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find, you found no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is no way to positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It is a question, Mr. Neumeister. The question is, did you yourself?
He said it's not a question that can
you
be answered.
found no affirmative evidence of any modification
Asked and
of
answered.
software
Bring the
EXIF
asked and answered.
metadata
Bring the
of
asked
any
and answered.
photograph in this case, correct?
Bring the objection.
You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
Objection. Asked and answered.
No one could tell either way because.
I'm not
of the
asking
way-
about anyone else, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking about you.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Did you found no evidence of that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Thank you.
He's not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
There's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it. You're trying to control
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
All right,
question.
could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
I can't.
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
The limit does not
That's
exist.
Incorrect.
The limit does not exist. The limit does not exist. Amber Heard's dude is
your
struggling with
opinion
this witness,
that
though.
The metadata of all photographs
This witness is not
of
answering
reported
either.
injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered in the evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited on a PC.
I'm going to hand up a page from your disclosure.
I'm going to have to go back and look at my look at the motion for sanctions. I'm imagining this is the guy from the motion for sanctions. It was losing his mind over the evidence not being turned over the way the court ordered it to be turned over. But this lawyer said, you don't have any education outside of a degree in political science 40 years ago. And that just took everything left. You don't have to come that way. You don't have to approach someone that way. But they did. And now this is where we're at. This is where we're at.
Yes, sir.
A judge cannot overturn a jury's verdict except in limited circumstances, which I can expand on, but it's very, 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 very rare. Generally, once you survive that motion to dismiss.
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Neumeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no
EXIF
further questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right.
No further questions, Your Honor. Yeah, they're going to fix it.
Mr. Neumeister.
Yes.
They opened
A
up
moment
a
ago,
door.
Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Heard has offered in this matter.
Sure.
And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, in this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking EXIF data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data
Don't try to school this dude.
that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling.
You
beyond EXIF metadata.
opened the door.
I overruled the objection.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Brian.
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos
she's
you
excited.
deleted. So it's a very
I'd be
limited
excited if I was
database.
her.
Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The
Not
reason
20
is
years
if
old.
people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases because people do not throw out evidence. they keep the phone.
People
So
do
in a
not
situation
throw out
like
evidence.
this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third
He opened the door
generation,
for all of
and there
this.
is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom, or you're free to go.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
All right, your next witness?
He opened the door for that, trying to be clever. Not clever enough.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
Wow. People do not throw out evidence. I don't know what just happened to the feed. But we're going to go see if we can figure that out. That was a very, very interesting moment in court. I've got to pull up another feed. Damn it. What have you done? No! Hold on. We're going to danger. Oh my God. My head just exploded. That was quite a lot. That was quite a lot of information. See, they're trying to get that video link back up. I hear it. What in the world is going on? Okay, we need a different feed. I can't believe that evidence. He opened the door on cross-examination. We're going to have to go watch back.
Can you just
through.
count to 5 for me so I can get you on the big screen in the courtroom?
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. That's close. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Well, let's start talking. We'll see. Try the first question.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Leonard, if you could speak a little louder for me and try to count to 5 one more time. I'm just trying to get you on the TV screen.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, the lessons we learned in COVID, correct? Okay. All right, your first question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Beverly R. Leonard.
Where are you testifying from?
I'm testifying from my home in Arizona.
Are you familiar with the defendant in this matter, Amber Heard?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
I met her in 2009 at SeaTac International Airport.
Oh.
Why were you at the airport?
I worked there.
Oh.
What happened when you met Ms. Heard in 2009?
Oh.
I was in the baggage claim area, and I observed her with a traveling companion, and they got into an altercation where Ms. Heard had grabbed her traveling companion and pulled something from her neck. At that point, I got up and went over to try to break up what appeared to be a fight. And I summoned a colleague to help me, and I stepped in between them and separated them, stopping any further injuries or escalation.
How would you describe the interaction between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
Ms. Heard was aggressive towards her traveling companion, and she had reached up and grabbed her arm and pulled a necklace off of her, and then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her feet. Her eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being assaulted by Ms. Heard?
Objection, relevance?
I'll sustain the objection.
On relevance? Yes. Okay.
Highly relevant.
What did Ms. Heard's traveling companion do?
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner.
Someone from
But other than
CTAC.
that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Ms. Heard, so she
I didn't know that.
She didn't really need to have to defend herself.
I didn't know that.
How would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between Miss Heard and her traveling companion?
Wow.
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, we're just having an argument. We're fine. We're fine. Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on?
Yeah, because you don't want people popping
Objection,
up.
hearsay, just objection, hearsay to what she's saying.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yes.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Miss Heard's traveling companion?
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
Interesting.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from, asking.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
But it's why. It's not to prove the truth. The judge has been doing that the whole time.
How would you generally describe Miss Heard's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor, I already asked and answered the specifics.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Ooh, boy.
Did Miss Heard's sexual orientation have any impact on how you conducted
Objection.
yourself?
I'll sustain the objection.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Ms.
Don't open
Leonard,
any doors.
When did you
She was trying to answer that.
contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
Late last night.
Oh,
Late
my.
last night. Okay, and this happened in 2009, correct?
Yes,
13 years ago, correct?
yes,
And you know that this trial is being televised, right?
Really?
yes.
And so you know that if you have something that might be significant to say, that way you can get on television, right?
People don't care about being on TV, Elaine. We have YouTube.
No, I had no desire to be on television.
People want to be on TV, they
I
can
actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted.
All right, but you reached out and contacted them last night, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further
All
questions.
right, any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
All right.
Interesting. Heard
All right,
said
your
that there
next
was no
witness.
physical encounter at the airport, and that's why that witness.
Your Honor, may
came
we
in.
approach?
Sure.
All right. I wonder who the next witness is, but they are approaching. It looks like about it. Yeah, Elaine's just running around saying everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame. That's her go-to right now. Nobody wants to be on TV at this point, and if they really wanted to be on TV, couldn't you just be on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, or there's a wide variety of options. This trial is not it, which is just wow. So that came in because Amber Heard denied that incident in CTAC. Could Heard have said, yes, there was an incident, it was blown out of proportion, it was a verbal argument? Could that maybe have still come into impeach? Maybe. Would it have? Maybe not. But now we have a witness from SeaTac Airport who was an employee there at that time, who witnessed what's been called an assault between Amber Heard and either her girlfriend, fiance, or wife at the time. I don't know the status of their relationship at the time, but oh my goodness, we didn't know if we would see somebody coming in to prove that, and they did. So when they cross-examined Amber Heard on that, they did not know if if there would be a witness to back it up, or if it would, I imagine they didn't have the arresting officer from CTAC to be able to say that this is why they arrested Amber Heard or what they witnessed. But we did know the incident at CTAC was witnessed, and the witnessed incident at CTAC is now in front of the jury. What, if any, 15 minutes of fame is Elaine clinging to at this point? I don't know. I don't know if that was the officer. I mean, it could have been. They didn't say. I guess it could have been, that could have been the officer from CTAC. They didn't identify themselves that way. They said they were working at CTAC. It could have been. She did say she went and got her partner. She was the arresting officer. They didn't clarify that, but okay. The arresting officer. So, all right, let us continue on. So was the actual officer? They never clarified that. I wonder if it was, again, I wonder if the jury's not going to know that for sure. And I wonder if there was a ruling on not being allowed to say that because it would indicate that there was an arrest. So that's possible, but she didn't. She said she was working there. She said she was baggage claim. She might have been at baggage claim. Right. I might have just conflated the two. It's been a long day. So, but yep. So this again, I will have to go back and look at exactly what she said, but it was very, very, it was fast. She definitely didn't say she was an officer. If Miss Heard does not pay the price, I lose hope in American law. Well, there's not much of a price to pay. It's a defamation suit. So libel, not libel. Not that I have not already. Side eye. Not a good job, ma'am, for the intellectual analysis. Note, good job, ma'am, for the intellect. You're welcome. Reading is hard at the end of the day, but thank you. And we will see. Again, defamation suits are hard to win. Let's see. I just saw, love how Amber Heard owned gold with metadata disclosures. Yep, because he talked about EXIF and talked about EXIF entirely, and then they started bringing in the metadata. So,
ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have closing arguments on Friday morning, but the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal, and then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim, and so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
It sounds like Heard will have a few rebuttal witnesses. I am very interested to see who their rebuttal witnesses will be. I'm surprised that we're done for the day. Let's see what the judge has to say, and let's see the time check. That's what I'm most interested in right now. And I don't know how much time Heard will have left for rebuttal witnesses. What, if any, time does Team Heard have left? I didn't know she got rebuttal witnesses. Nope.
All right. And then for the record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time till 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment. And the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions, we get clean copies today?
Yes, Your Honor. So I think we just received their comments around noon today, but we've had someone not in the court who's been looking at those and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement and either is sending or has sent to Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues of disagreement. But largely, I think we're mostly there, but I haven't had a chance to read what they said.
Mostly, okay. So I have everything. So I don't have everything quite yet. Then
it's not finalized.
Okay, yet. But I will get it sometime this evening. We have an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out. How about that?
We're happy to address those. I think we need an opportunity to see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago.
He's still huffing.
I understand, but we have some extra time right now, so nobody leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
That's fair.
I like that.
I like that too, Judge A. We like the sass.
And the verdict form also. And then, if I could read Sammy's handwriting, I'd tell you exactly what he's saying. Sammy, what are you saying here?
Under advisement.
Yes, we got the 3 jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well, okay? And we'll work on Sammy's penmanship. All right. Anything else?
So to be clear, is Your Honor wants to hear the
She ordered you to
disputes
stay,
right now or
Rottenborn.
tomorrow?
We could, I mean, I don't think you know what the disputes are yet.
Right.
So I'll hear the disputes tomorrow. Well, yeah, we could do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're going to have some extra
We'll have
time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow,
thank
but I
God.
want everything today. I want to know what those disputes are and have what you have clean.
And
already.
that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get
Okay.
what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right? Okay, so just stay here until
For
we
both.
get all that,
Yeah.
for everything. Okay,
Sure.
great. Anything else then?
No,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we'll
Thank
see you in the morning.
Thank you, Ron.
The judge is like, and I'm out. I really like I like the judge's demeanor. I like the way she's been working with everyone. I just really, really enjoy, I really enjoyed this judge. So it's just, I really, really enjoy her. Judge just pulled the bell doesn't dismiss you, I do, and I'm here for it. She really did. I'm going to try to leave this court feed on as long as it stays in the courtroom, and then we will pull into another one if it stays, because now we're going to get to see, hopefully, the lawyers interact a little bit. So wow. Why was it cut short today? There is only one more witness for Team Depp. I imagine that that's the forensic, there was a forensic doc of some sort, an MD of some sort that was on the witness list that I remember being published. I wonder if that's the only witness left, but there is one witness left. And with one witness left, then there's going to be more time tomorrow. It sounds like Amber Heard's team will get rebuttal witnesses. They have an hour and 16 minutes left. I don't know how much they're going to bring. I love that they are approaching the stenographer and are like, thank you. But everybody's been ordered to stay, which is interesting. I wonder if until Depp leaves the courtroom with his team and Heard leaves the courtroom with her team, if you're going to see the gallery start to clear out. There are a couple people on the list, including apparently the flight attendant. There are a few people on the list that have not been called yet. So it sounds like we're going to get to it tomorrow. Where is Kate Moss? She was there this morning. Are you wearing an earpiece? Yes, those are my in-ears so I can hear the court feed and not echo back at y'all. And I have like a piercing back here in this ear and piercing here and then glasses. And the over-the-ear headphones were squishing my piercings. So I took Nick Ricada's suggestion and got in-ears. So that is what I'm wearing. Also, with the in-ears, the Leonards that have been here a long time know that I get very distracted by noise. So these also have some sound canceling element, and I appreciate that. We're going to do some questions. Is it over? No. It's over for it's not even over for today for the lawyers. The lawyers still have to sort out jury instructions. I still don't know Bro's name because he never said it on the record, but also. So we're done for today. The time charged to not finish, and it is 4:45 on the East. So that means they got charged about 45 minutes of time since they didn't fill the day. I imagine that was a strategic choice to do their next witness tomorrow. It might have been a scheduling choice. They have the 45 minutes extra. So Depp's team is charged for the 45 minutes of court time. The court's like, and then ordered the parties to stay and sort out the jury instructions, which is interesting. I would have died if Elaine asked Kate Moss, you're only here for the 15 minutes of fame, aren't you? Wouldn't that have been a moment? Are judges allowed to do interviews after the case? There are rules of judicial ethics, and there are things that they will and won't talk about. So could the judge talk about the case? Maybe. I imagine if we see Judge A talking about this case, it might be in the context, and this is just me talking about the things that I could see possible. Anything is possible, but the things I would see is reasonable. Talking about being the judge on a high media case, on a televised case, dealing with celebrities in the courtroom, like the practical nuts and bolts of running this courtroom, not necessarily, I thought this witness was believable, I thought that witness is lying. That would be, I think, beyond the bounds of judicial ethics to comment on a case in that way. And after retirement, I can't see this judge turning around and commenting on it much more, but the ins and outs, having cameras in the courtroom, social media playing a role in the case, the difficulties of social media playing a role in the case, I could absolutely see the judge either talking on that, speaking at that to different conferences and things like that. It's very interesting. Are you sure you're not being fed lines via the earpiece? No. If I was being fed lines, I would hope they would be better lines. But I'm not. It's one of the things we used to talk about in voir dire. When I was a DA, I talked about it a bit, just the way that you see trial, and we're done. I'm going to go see if there's another feed that still has stuff. When you realize that we're not lawyers like on TV, because people wanted trial to be like it was on TV. All right, all of the court feeds are done. So boo, boo. I want to see what's going on in court, and all the feeds are down. So we would talk about it because people thought trial might play out the way it did on television, because we didn't have as many televised trials as we do now, for sure. And so we would be like, look, we don't have, a team. And that was something we would ask about quite a lot. I think it would be different now. Why is "didn't you" not a leading question? It depends on what follows after "didn't you." And on cross-examination, those are all supposed to be leading. So most of those are coming from cross-examination. So I just saw somebody doing a quick sub check. I saw it in the chat. I tried to bring it up. And every time I do, the chat's jumping. With 100 and like over 80 of us here, I understand. I realize court's over, so that's going to drop. But there we are. We are at 5:31. So wait, I saw a question about jury instructions. Where is it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I'm trying to grab my question. I got it. I pinned it down. What are jury instructions? First, in last week's Emily Show podcast, I went through 2 of the jury instructions that will likely be included. Second, jury instructions are what the jury uses to determine how to proceed on the case, how to decide. We've all the things are happening. We are on the Zoom. All the things are happening. So jury instructions are telling the jury how to decide the case, giving the jury the law and breaking it down bit by bit. This is how you have to decide this. This is how you have to decide that. And telling the jury how they decide, what they need to decide, what the elements are, and things like that. So on last week's podcast, and there's a video on the channel and then the audio, I break down 2 of the jury instructions, but it is a long list. We should hear them live. The court should read the jury instructions and read all of the jury instructions either before or after closing. So we will see that. But thank you guys. We are almost there. We're going to keep it going. Would the jury pick up on Depp's obvious Darvo strategy? His main argument is she is crazy and making everything up, cast out every which way. They might. I don't know what DARVO is, but they might think that that's exactly what's going on. It's like, no, this is it, because he said sitting here was like insanity. And if the jury finds parts of Amber Heard's testimony credible, believable, I think there are definitely parts of Amber Heard's testimony that were credible and believable, then the jury might be like, well, everything's not true. ET is still up. All right, let me go find that real quick because I want to see inside the courtroom. So thank you, chat, for being the best research assistants on the internet. Depp Heard. Let's see, live now. They were live. They said they're live. It's saying you're live. It looks like you're live. All right, let me go see if there's another ET. Did I do something wonky and pull up? Oh, yep, I did. I pulled up. Maybe did I pull up the wrong ET? Maybe. I don't see. Well, live stream ended 1 minute ago. So I'm not seeing any feeds from court that are still up, including Law and Crime. So there we go. All right, I'm going to answer some more questions. What will happen if there's a hung jury? Everyone will be very unsatisfied. And the court, well, not the court, the parties, the plaintiff and the defendant, will have to decide if they want to try to pursue this again. If they want to pursue the counterclaim for Amber Heard, if they want to pursue the lawsuit for Johnny Depp, they have to decide if they want to pursue it to another trial. And this was a lot of money. And I don't know I don't know what that answer would be. Like, I don't know what that answer would be. Court TV, ET's court feed is now down, sadly. So thank you. People don't throw away evidence. This is why industries like banking and mortgage follow dates where they can legally destroy records to avoid that problem. Yes, and it's an interesting thing because he's talking in his experience of doing cases like this, that people keep old phones and people keep where the evidence is. I mean, how many of you watched like Gabby Hanna pull back into old phones with text messages when she was doing a multi-part video series? We saw it. You guys are like, go to ET Canada. Okay, can we count on, will Canada save us at this point? ET Canada is still live, but the screen is dark. I see that it's still live, but I don't see anything happening. And that is a problem. So, yeah, even though it says they're still live, I don't see a feed in court. I'll leave this up. And if it comes back, then we will talk about it. Oh, DARVO stands for deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. I mean, the jury might think that that's what's going on. They're going to have to decide because both parties are alleging that about the other one. Question, why has Bird Law not been cited yet? But seriously, why are lawyers doing jury instructions? That's their job. Wouldn't that be something the judge would do? No. The judge does the final ruling on jury instructions. The judge has made ruling on jury instructions, and the judge has asked the lawyers to get together and finish the jury instructions. So no. That is why the lawyers are doing the jury instructions. The amount of time I spent doing jury instructions in my life. Does rebuttal testimony go against remaining time? Yes, it does. Everything that happens until closing goes up to remaining time. So let me go one more place. You guys are telling me some are still live. So I'm going to go and see if I can find one. And if you see one, Miguelina, just pop it in to the chat. I'm going to go look over at live and see what's still live. Question, can both defamation cases be found upheld? I'm going with found liable. But no, I don't think they can. And this is why I don't think they can. And this is my perspective on why I don't think they can. If you find that Johnny Depp defamed Amber Heard, then I don't think you can, by calling her a liar and a hoaxer and these things, I don't think you can also find that Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp when she made the op-ed. I don't think those two things are consistent. I think they can say no to the other, but I don't think they can find both to be liable for defamation against the other. So that's what I think. So no, Court TV is still live, but they are replaying stuff from earlier. So that is where I'm at, not seeing anything in the court. Let's see. So we have looked for live court feeds, and that's where we are. If the photos aren't edited, then why run them through an editing software app? I think that's a question for the jury and asking, because they're saying the photos didn't come directly from the camera, the phone or the camera. And so that's the problem. Do I think Tassa Van Ray could be the rebuttal witness from Amber Heard? I think it's possible. That would have to be quick, but I think it's absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. New Leonard, why can't we ever see the jury? Are they protected from video media? Yes, they are protected. Their identity is protected, and the court granted a motion to seal their identity for a year after the trial. Yes. So that's why we don't see them on camera. I think it could impact the case having the jury on TV every single day. I think there could absolutely be an impact there. And I think that would be a very odd thing. Not having the jury on film or on camera, not having photos of them is an important part of the case. Dawn said, in a big, long trial like this, if something were to happen to the judge, would they just be replaced, or would the trial have to begin again? Also, Judge A has stolen my heart. I think it very much would depend by circumstance and by jurisdiction. It would be hard to bring in another judge, but also it depends on where they are in the case, because pausing the case and restarting it could be it would be difficult. I think there would be a lot of conversation with the lawyers, with the site judge, and then looking for guidance on the best way to proceed so it doesn't get appealed. But yeah, I'm sure it happens. It's never happened in one of my cases or any of the cases of those that I know in my personal circle. So I haven't contemplated it much, but I think it would vary by jurisdiction. I also think that the attorneys and the site judge on location would have a conversation, and the judge being sick with a cold and missing a day or two is different than a judge being unable to continue the trial short-term or long-term. When I have seen judges unable to keep running their courtroom due to injury, heart attack, other things that are worse, you will generally just get another judge to step in and take up what they're doing. But in the middle of an active trial, if it was a criminal trial, I think it would be more likely to mistry and retry. But in a big civil case like this, I don't know how they would determine it. I think there'd be a lot of conversations. Stannis says she lied about the pictures. They were edited. So what now? I don't think they said that they affirmatively were edited. I think they gave enough information for the jury to come to that conclusion, for that to be argued, for that to be, hey, it seems like these were edited. They came out of this editing program, but they can't say who edited them. And Amber Heard testified that she did not edit them. So I think it is more nuanced than that, because she said, I didn't edit any photos. Well, somebody did, it seems, from this expert. And the jury is going to have to determine who that someone might be. But it doesn't specifically say, we know that Amber Heard edited the photos. They can't prove that. Which is the annoying thing with law. But you're like, but it makes sense that it would only be her, because who else would edit this? Well, she's the one that stands to potentially benefit, but who else could do it? It depends. Did WB exec testify because they want Depp for future movies since he's done with Disney and is getting massive traction? I don't know what the motivation would be. Anything's possible. I don't know what the motivation would be, other than, they were subpoenaed and this was the testimony. Where the jury, wow, silly question, where the jury stayed to discuss. So when the jury goes into deliberations, there's generally a jury deliberation room that has like a bathroom and space for them to deliberate. So they would have their own space to go deliberate. Why would Tasha be called as a rebuttal if the rebuttal is for the countersuit? And that is a very, very good point. The rebuttal for the defamation and the countersuit, I guess there's an argument that the rebuttal goes to credibility, because this evidence went to impeaching Amber Heard, and that goes to credibility. And it was there in closing. The rebuttal at the end of closing goes to the countersuit, but the judge said the rebuttal witnesses are because there is a countersuit, that there is opportunity to rebut. Whether the judge limits the rebuttal witnesses from Heard's side to just the damages stuff will be interesting, and we will see. So, we will see. Question, Chatters in Wonderland. The super chats get pulled up as best I can. We had over 180,000 people in the chat, and sometimes we just can't pull them up fast enough. So I keep paying for super chats, but they've never been read. Just want to know if I'm submitting it correctly. I would assume that you are. If it's a question, put a Q in the front or a question mark in the front, and we try to swoop them and grab them as best we can. But there are times that not all of them get grabbed because they go so fast. So apologies. It's why the mods put in the top that we might not be able to get to all of them. So if that is a problem, just put questions in the front and we will try to grab your questions. You don't have to super chat to ask a question. I just try to make sure I can get through everything in the time that we have. Because even on the back end, my program that I run my stream in is like staggering questions because so many are coming in. So that is just, it's a good problem to have with streaming, but it is trying to keep the software keeping up with the amount in stream. Can have its moments. Thoughts on today? Today was a lot. Like today was a lot. I was very much loving the behind the scenes inside look on TMZ, and the same could be said for you taking Amber Heard as your witness. Whether the flippantness will completely appall the jury or whether they would be like, hit. then it would be, I don't know. I don't know how they will. I don't know how they will. I don't know how they'll see that. You never know. What else? So much happened today. Dr. Curry was delightful. I thought Johnny Depp's testimony was interesting. I thought the cross-examination was a good cross-examination. It hit the parts that it needed to hit, and again, tried to discredit Johnny Depp. I think the prior photo to getting on the train and the train photo were probably the strongest for Heard to go, that's interesting, because those photos were very interesting to take a look at, weren't they? And they did appear to be similar, and they didn't ask that at all of their photo expert who was not there for that. So it was interesting. I just don't know if at the end of the day, Rottenborn's style and temperament will overshadow the questions he asked and the answers that he got. I just don't know. I just don't know. I saw you top at 193. I can't even wrap my head around that. So it is quite a lot. We talked about the incoming, outgoing texts. I don't know if Depp's team will address it or if they'll address it in closing, because it just came up. So I don't know if they'll address it in closing. They could. We don't know if Tasha's a witness on Amber Heard's side. We can see. Does TMZ own the copyright on Amber Heard's video, or is it now open for dispute due to it was an anonymous email? No, they didn't say. Well, they said it came through, and I would have to go back and watch. They said it came through the tip line, but they also said that the video only took about 15 minutes to post. They said the other way things get posted so quick after verifying copyright is if they come directly from the source. So it was implied that this was direct from source, even though it came through the tip email. That was the implication on that text. They didn't say it directly, but no, I don't think it calls the copyright into question. And I think it was a really good, it was a really interesting insight into how TMZ works. Why don't they sequester jurors anymore? They do sometimes sequester juries. It's expensive to do so, and B, it's very hard to take people out of their lives like that. But it does still happen. It's never been super common. They do other things to protect jurors, busing them off site, having them park further away from trial, things like that. But it is expensive, and it's expensive. So that's a big part of it. Question: how do you link to the court feed? Some differ. Some court feeds do differ. I've picked the feed that's been most consistent and reliable, and from a media source that has not gotten sassy with me. Question: can they readdress the text messages about the Molly and show it was incoming, not outgoing? They should have done it in the moment. They didn't. Can it come up in argument? It can. Would they recall Depp to the stand just for that? I don't think so. Can the judge make a final ruling if they don't agree with the jury? So I started to talk about this question, and I get this question a lot. I started to talk about it a bit earlier. There are very, very limited and finite circumstances where you can get a judgment notwithstanding a verdict. So the verdict is this, but a judgment is different and notwithstanding the verdict. Those circumstances are very rare. This case has gotten through 2 motions to dismiss, and the motion to dismiss is like, hey, there's not even a itty bitty teeny living space of evidence, not a scintilla, not even a little tiny itty bitty bit of evidence where this jury can make a ruling or make a finding. And if this jury cannot make a finding because there is not even the little itty bittiest piece of evidence, then it needs to be dismissed on the motion to dismiss. Once it gets past the motion to dismiss, a judgment notwithstanding a verdict is unlikely unless there is some other external fuckery afoot. So no, as a matter of course, there are very limited circumstances where that can happen. Yes, it can happen. It is very unlikely, and the circumstances are limited, without doing a whole class on JNOV. Justin Wood said, I have ADHD and suffered in a relationship with someone with untreated BPD. That sounds like a lot. Thank you for keeping me informed and fixated for the last month. You're welcome, even through the triggering bits. There are definitely triggering bits. You are loved. Thank you, Justin. You are loved too. I appreciate that. There were definitely triggering bits. Duggar sentencing. Yes, 12 years, 5 months. on the higher end of what I was looking at when I said 8 to 12. So yes, Duggar was sentenced 8 to 12 years. Pretty standard. I think that's, well, it's on the higher end of what I was optimistically hoping for. The minimum was 5. The maximum was 20. There was no way he was ever going to get 20. Based on the rulings that went down in court, and I will go look at them and probably share them on Twitter and Instagram later. I'll do a reel and a quick bit. But based on everything I saw, based on the rulings, I'm not surprised. I think they lowered the category a little bit based on some of the objections that the court ruled on. Not surprised. Becky Smith, how do deliberations work? How long will it take for a verdict? How long will it take and will the verdict be live streamed? Deliberations work however the jury decides that they work. Most juries, in my experience, start with picking a 4-person and taking an initial vote. But they get to self-organize as a group and they get to decide how they want to do things as a group, and which is very interesting. So that's what I've seen most, is they take an initial vote. They don't have to. They can decide they want to see evidence. They can start with a chat, but they take the jury instructions. They go into a room, they shut the door, and then they figure it out. Normally, someone rises to the top as a leader. It's also generally the same person. If you see groups of jurors going to lunch, you can generally tell who it might be throughout the course of a trial. If you're watching what the jury is doing, you can tell who's making jokes, who's like making sure people don't forget something on their seats. You can generally tell. There's group dynamics tend to form a leader, especially in a 6-week trial. And they get to know each other over lunch breaks and stuff like that. And then they pick their 4-person. So how long, next question, how long will it take? Unknown. It could be 3 hours, 3 days, 6 days, a week, 2 weeks. How long the judge will allow them to deliberate before asking if they're having any problems will depend. The jury can send out notes and ask questions. They don't all get answered, but they can. And starting to see what the jury's doing, you can start to get an idea of how things are going in the jury room. At some point, if the jury cannot reach a verdict and decide that they are hopelessly deadlocked, then the court will rule it a hung jury at some point. But normally it's can you go back for another day or another half day? So I don't know. I think 3 to 6 days is reasonable. I would want to listen to all the audio. A lot of audio has been entered in like little snippets of a minute or two here or a minute or two there. And we're just not seeing the full audio. If I'm the jury, that's the first thing I want to do. That's the first thing I want to do, is listen to all of the audio, look at the pictures myself. That's what I would want to do. What would you want to do? If you're a juror, what do you want to look at? If you're a juror in this case and you go back with 7 or 6 other people and you sit down and it's like, okay, I've got questions. Where do you start? Hey, I want to look at all of the photos. I want to listen to all of the audio. What do you want to do? Let me know in the chat or in the comments, because replay crew, if you got here, we love you anyway, replay crew, but replay crew, we love you. There were 2 photos that were deemed the same photo, but one had been opened in the editing app and altered. So does it mean AH lied? As she said in her testimony, that they were taken in different lighting. I think a jury could conclude that. Don't you? Can we conclude that? I think we could. So let's see. Can jurors ask questions either to the lawyers or the witnesses in any way? Not in this case, not in this jurisdiction. It varies by jurisdiction, but they can ask the judge questions when they're deliberating. So they can't ask questions like, if a witness is about to be dismissed, the jury can't be like, excuse me, can you please ask TMZ dude who the source was? They can't do that. But when they're deliberating, if they come to a roadblock, they can ask the judge questions. Some questions can't be answered, some can. And the judge will normally get together with the lawyers in court, generally an open court, put the question on the record, ask the lawyers, and then formulate an answer and send it back. It's a lot of work. The lawyering does not stop when the juries go back or the jurors go back for deliberation. So these lawyers, again, like Camille Vasquez and a lot of the lawyers from that firm are all, that's an Orange County firm. They are Southern California lawyers. They've been living in Virginia for at least the last 6 weeks, probably more like 8 weeks, and will be there through deliberations. So I'm sure they are all tired as well. Can Team Heard call Amber again during their rebuttal witnesses? I don't think there's a reason that they can't other than time. I don't think it would help. Here's the strategic decision. I wouldn't want my client on the stand when the other side has so much more time than me. It could go very bad. Have you ever been a juror? No, I've been on jury duty. Every time I get called up, they're like, hey, what do you do? And I was like, hey, I'm a lawyer. Oh, where do you work? And at the time, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. Oh, have you worked in this courthouse? Yes. And then they look at the lawyers and go, is Miss Baker excused? Yes. Okay. So no, I have not, but I would love to be. And now that I live out of state from where I practiced, it might be more possible. Not all lawyers want other lawyers on their jury. I would be very sad to be on a jury right now because I want to stream stuff, but it would also be really interesting. So yes, lawyers can be jurors. I've had lawyer jurors on my own cases. I don't know if I would do it again. What's the longest deliberation you've ever seen? It's hard. I talked about this. And again, I have terrible time blindness. It feels like time stands still when you're waiting for a jury. It's all consuming for me. And it was very hard to focus on other things. It's like, it could be now. It could be now. It could be now. But a few weeks is the longest I've had a jury out. I've also had a couple hang. And that as the days start to slog, you're like, oh, they're not going to come to a decision. They're not going to come to a decision. But there are juries that I've seen, not my own cases, be out for weeks and weeks and weeks. So it just depends. I don't remember exactly how long the Maxwell jury was out for, but they were out for quite a while. And it felt like the jury for Elizabeth Holmes took a good bit of time too. So at some point, though, they have to decide or not decide, and the jurors want to go back to their lives that they've been away from for 6 weeks. Does the jury know Amber Heard is short on time? They don't know the time, but I'm sure they can feel it, because you heard today, Umbridge in her cross said, we are on strict time or something of that effect. So what will happen tomorrow now? They will finish the last witnesses, and then they will dismiss the jury probably for an early dismissal like this. And then we will do closing arguments on Friday, and I will go to bed early. Sometimes the judge doesn't rule on some of the objections. What happens to those? Do the answers make it on the record? If the lawyer just starts backpedaling and reframing, no, then the judge just hasn't ruled, and it's just like dangling. It's just out there. Do you think that Depp's testimony today was damaging? I think the photo was. He seemed to do better at the beginning of this trial. I think the photos give the jury pause. I think the photos, the train photos that they were talking about, I don't think they rehabilitated that a ton. And I think that could give the jury pause. I was like, oh, those are really interesting. They do look the same. I could see Rottenborn's point on those photos. Does that shift the needle, or does it call all of his testimony into question? I don't know. But if there's any of these jurors that are already like, something's off with this story, it definitely gives them more fuel. And it's at this point in the case, I think they're each side's talking to the jurors that they feel like are on their side. It's like, okay, here's the fuel you need to fight with the other jurors to stay on my side. Here's what you need. Stay on my side. Argue for my side in the jury room. So, will the jury hear the full audio with Jerry Judge? No, they will not. That is a third-party voice. Could JD be one of Amber Heard's rebuttal witnesses? That would be odd, but they could. Who decides impeachment? Impeachment is a type of evidence. And when you impeach a witness with evidence, you're bringing in inconsistent evidence. And that is a framing of prior inconsistent. It's like, oh, and it's been done with all of these witnesses. You've seen impeachment. I think that there is some impeachment that has been used by Amber Heard's team when they ask a question and then they're like, but in your deposition or in your UK transcript, you said this, and the questions aren't the same. It's like different question, different answer, which always feels disingenuous to me because they have the question right there and they could ask the exact same thing and then impeach the answer. But there's no penalty. It's the jury then gets to decide. The jury gets to look at impeachment of a witness and see if they've been proven to say something different on the stand. And that is in the jury instruction that I talk about from last week's podcast. Hedwig said, that's how I felt when I got called for LA County jury duty. When I was still a federal LEO, I so badly wanted to get on. Judge literally laughed at me. Didn't help that my uncle was a criminal court judge in Ventura County. Correct. And the judges are like, no. My husband ended up doing jury duty at the courthouse where I worked. So it was fun. It was like, yeah, it's like, do you have any, ties or connection to law enforcement this and this and that. And it's like, yes, my wife's a prosecutor. Oh, your wife's a prosecutor. Yes. Where does she work? In this building. And the judge was like, oh, Baker. Defense. We can let him go. And then we got to go out to lunch. It was very nice. So, Elaine accusing witnesses of being famous. No, it's litigation privilege in the context of a trial, so you can't defame someone in that way. It felt a little desperate. I'm sure she'll argue it in closing. There are witnesses. It's raining witnesses. It's raining rebuttal witnesses. They're falling out of the woodwork because they want to be a part of social media. You know, there's alpacas and dinosaurs outside the courthouse, and this is all a circus pointed at my client, Amber Heard. This entire circus conspiring against her. And you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have seen it. It is rained witnesses who watched this trial and just wanted to be on TV. I can see her arguing it. I can absolutely see it happening. Question: do you think Amber will try to get a book deal after this to tell her story? If she did, I think depending on the outcome of the case, there could be litigation to try to block it. Could jurors get book deals? Yes, they could. Uni asked case where Johnny Depp's bodyguards, I'm out of water. Where Johnny Depp's bodyguards violently took the phone. Is the metadata a good argument or gaslighting? The expert didn't show the bruises were faked, just saved. If he's, I don't know what reg breaking is, taking my phone, I'd save it somewhere too. I am not quite sure the question, Muni. I'm sorry. Where Johnny Depp's bodyguards violently took the phone. I don't remember that. Is the metadata a good argument? It was only supposed to be EXIF data that came in, but they asked about metadata. The expert didn't show the bruises were faked. No, they showed that the photos were unreliable. That was all they were asking for. And with the arm photo, I don't think the arm photo was faked at all. They were showing that the photos were unreliable and allowing the jury the jury has to decide if they're going to rely on the photos or not. It's interesting to me because the injuries in court, or the injuries described in court and the photos are already so different to me. I don't know if you need to go down the road of, are the photos faked or not? I mean, obviously they think that they are. They've said that these two photos that had clearly different coloring are from different lights. Will it give the jury something to do when they go back to the jury room to go, are these the same? It'll be interesting. So I don't know if he's reg breaking, taking my phone, I'd save it somewhere too. I mean, yes. And they were talking about not having the backup. They didn't even get into the iCloud backup and stuff, which is interesting. Thank you. We'll always take the compliments. Appreciate it. My uncle is the previous presiding judge of the Antelope Valley Courthouse, and holy crap, that courthouse is no joke. Fair. I got a full tour of the whole place and was stared down by a serial killer during his death penalty hearing. It's probably an experience you won't forget. But yes, the AV Courthouse is not a joke. It's also very far away. I was thankful that I've been there, but not had to work there. Question: has the Depp team brought up potential Disney losses? Yes, in their case in chief with their two experts. But they did not talk about a Disney Plus Pirates series. That did not come up to my memory. First time in chat and devil's advocate. Always welcome, Jen. We're here for conversation. Is it possible the Molly texts were from Deuter's phone instead of JD's? Yep, it's possible because we saw that it said incoming. I don't know if the jury cares about text at this point. If Amber decides to take Johnny to court after this trial, wouldn't this prove that she can't move on? I don't know what she could take him to court for after this trial. I don't know if there's anything left within statute of limitations. Death by dinosaurs. It feels like trampled by turtles. It just feels the same to me. And your avatar is just giving me life. You mentioned the train photo. I checked on their Facebook page and the train company, and the majority of their pics have filters or blurs applied. Those were not the ones that caused me pause. It was the photo from before the train, or purportedly from before the train, and then the train ride. So it was the one he was with another person and a kid. Those two, not the edited, not the filtered ones. The other ones look clearly, oh, good. We love being blurry. I mean, that's how my brain feels right now anyway, but not the two different ones on the train were not what I was talking about. Cause the two different ones on the train were so obviously different to me. It was like, oh, one of these has been brightened or something. Cause the white on the clothing all looked very different to me. So question, can you please explain why Beverly could not be presented to the jury as the arresting officer? Again, did sound like some random bystander. Because I didn't know she was the arresting officer, and the chat was like, "That's the arrest." And I'm like, I don't know. It wasn't presented to the jury. They don't know that's the arresting officer either. Probably because the fact of the arrest is improper impeachment at this trial. It's more prejudicial than probative. Amber Heard being arrested and not charged and not convicted is going to have way too much of a sway in this defamation case. So prior court rulings is going to be the reason why. And I think that's probably the reasoning behind the prior court rulings, that we haven't seen them. Does Virginia have a judgment notwithstanding a verdict? I've been a civil lawyer. I've been in civil law for years and years. Never seen one go through. I've never seen one go through either. Seen them asked for, but not granted. Same. I mean, and in criminal, same. But I have not looked to see if Virginia did. Rob from LawLumber, tweet at Rob from LawLumber. He practices in this jurisdiction. Question, I worked as a victim witness coordinator, and Johnny's reaction to Voss seemed reasonable to me because I've dealt with high emotion victims. How do you think Cross went? Others say bad. I think Rottenborn had some moments in Cross that were a win. I think the jury could have been very put off by the way that Rottenborn did it. And that is going to be a problem for Rottenborn to get people to pay attention. So, and to listen past his style. But I think there were definitely some moments in Cross that were not great for Depp, but you would expect that. I think Rottenborn, I think it was his best Cross that we've seen. How much it will matter, we will see. I'm just going to try and see if I can pull Rob in here and see if he's around. And we're going to say, for 113 of your closest friends, we have questions. Questions, and I'm not going to call him Wood Daddy. It's just too weird in a DM. But Rob from LawLumber, I will see if we can get him to come in and say hello. So do I think Cross went badly for Depp? Yes. Is it the first Cross that's really gone well for Team Heard? I think it's their best one so far. I think they needed that to happen. Will it sway the tide? I don't know. It could. Anything is possible, but I don't know if it was damaging enough. And it might feel, for the jury, again, like the shit's out of the horse, everything is done, and they're exhausted. And that's the risk. Sorry, we need lip gloss. That's the risk, is that the jury's just fucking done. Christy said, just a big thank you for all you've done for us. And in every way you've done it, as you've fulfilled different needs for each of us here, sending a basket of muffins. Thank you, for real. That should arrive Friday. Christy, that's so tremendously sweet. Thank you. I will make sure to go get muffins on Friday. I appreciate that. And I like doing what I do so much. And I feel that it is an honor and a blessing. It's always funny to me when people, occasionally you see on social media, it's like, she doesn't even practice anymore. It's like, because I get to do this. Though I do still consult, but I get to do this. Who wouldn't want to do this? This is great. Question. Why does the fact that Amber sent the video to TMZ matter? Amanda, it contradicts prior testimony, and it will fuel into their closing argument that this was leverage. And they talked about Amber Heard trying to leverage in the divorce. So it will go towards motivation. It's like, look, there's a motivation to keep this story going. And it goes to directly, she said she didn't do it. And so if that's a caught out lie on the stand, it will go to her credibility in front of the jury. And I'm happy for the tea, personally. Can the TMZ guy be sued by TMZ if the implication of the source is clear like that? First, anyone can be sued by anyone for anything. So possibly. Second, it depends if they will go after the NDA. Third, it just depends on what they choose to do. Could they try it? Sure. Would they be successful? I'd have to see what they said. So anything's possible. TMZ against Elaine wins award for best shot fired. He does. Draco versus Umbridge wins for best shots fired. It was a funny moment. Again, if the jury thinks it's funny or not will come down to the jury. Some jurors might be like, really? Some jurors might laugh out loud like we did. Why would they argue the pick of JD with injury was fake if they themselves pointed out he had the injury before the train? They are trying, well, they went with both, didn't they, Jacob? This is an excellent point. They went with both. They went with, well, you had the injury before the train, but also the train picture is fake. Yeah, they picked both paths. I don't know why. I just don't know why. I don't know why. But it's a great observation. Reporter type sidebars, are they in the transcript? They are in the transcript for the appeal. The jury will not see them. Question, why are... Bella, why was certain aspects of the binary expert's statements not allowed? Every time he said the word chromo, for example, there had been a prior ruling by the court about what areas this witness could and could not get into. That's why. I don't know what that ruling was because we didn't hear it done on the record, so it's really hard to know exactly what was tiptoeing on that ruling, but there was a ruling, and whatever that ruling was, it was that languaging was getting onto the toes of the court's ruling. Gust to dust. I've heard so many people say they would lose faith in the law system if Amber Heard wins, but in the court case, isn't it the jury deciding, not the judge? Yes. What insight would you give to those who might see it as a messed up system? I think it's hard when what you see feels one way. Like I see this and I feel like it's this way, and then something different happens in court. Going into this case, my reminder is the weight of the law in this case is on Amber Heard's side. The weight of this case is on free speech. The weight of proving this case is on Johnny Depp. And that has been an uphill battle since the beginning. If Johnny Depp wins this defamation case, it's an upset. It's not the natural result. It's not the foregone conclusion. Defamation against public figures is very, very difficult. And so if he loses, it's not shocking. I think his team has done everything they can to put themselves in the best position to win. And I wouldn't be surprised if they won with regard to the headline or the tweet. I don't think they're going to win on the print article. I wouldn't be surprised if both sides lost. Honestly, I still wouldn't. The jury might find no one liable to the other. If this case is won by Johnny Depp, it's because his team has been absolutely excellent, but also because of Amber Heard's testimony. If the jury believes Amber Heard, Johnny Depp can never win this case. And so I don't think there's a faith losing. I think it's just, well, I can't tell you let me rephrase. I'm not going to tell anyone how to feel, but I find that generally the jury system gets it right much more than they get it wrong. And remember, the jurors are only looking at what's happening in the four walls of the courtroom. There is a lot of extra information that the internet is aware of and that all of you watching might be aware of that the jury does not know. And that is difficult to parse too. What does the jury know? What does the jury not know? And I have to say, because it was pointed out that it is bananas to me that we are trending on streams and we're behind we have more viewers at this point than the MLB. I just needed to point that out because that doesn't even make sense in my brain. So thank you for being here. We're going to keep answering questions because I like to answer questions. And because, we're on the road now. We are on the road. I can't get which side this is on correct. We are on the road. Question: how will we, the viewers, know that the jury decided, and how will we know when to watch the live stream with the decision? Jasmine, this is a great question. Thank you for letting me plug all the things. First of all, social media will probably explode and there will probably be an announcement that the jury verdict will be read at a certain time. Number two, if you go to textemily.com, it is a free texting service. I will text you and be like, live now, going live now, me live now, and I will send you the link. If you are not in North America or your cell phone carrier is like, negative Ghost Rider, follow me on Twitter and on Instagram, and I will share it all of the places. So that is how. Or if you're a subscriber, hit the bell things. YouTube does not always do the great job with notification, which is why I have the text crew, but do the bell things, and then hopefully YouTube will also tell you. So I will be very much pinned to my desk on Verdict Watch. I will hopefully host some panels during that time to have Verdict Watch. Do you think that Depp's testimony today was damaging? He seemed to do better. We talked about that already. I think some of the cross could be. What happens if Johnny Depp's team has time left if all their testimony is done? Then they're done and they didn't use all their time. Yay for them. They apportioned their time well. They don't have to run out the clock. Do Depp's lawyers know the texts were incoming, not outgoing? No idea. They've had all these for a very long time. They didn't seem to make it a thing. We can only trust them to do their jobs. They've given us no reason to have pause, truthfully. Depp's team has done really a fantastic job lawyering this case. Why did Amber say the photo is Photoshop when he had it before? She can say that was before that. Sarah, I don't know. I don't know. It's inconsistent. There were two photos that were we talked about that one. That is a call out that the jury will get to decide. Can we talk about perjury a bit? What has to happen for it to be enforced? The police have to be involved in investigating, and then it has to be presented to prosecutors to prosecute, and the prosecutors have to say yes. That is where the judicial resources of our office and the prosecutorial resources of our office should go. This best serves the interest of the people of the state of wherever it would happen if it's in Virginia. I don't know if the people in Virginia are that worried about Amber Heard coming into their courts and lying in the future. Can witnesses be charged with perjury like Whitney? It's rare, but yes. Technically, let's just take it. Let's just take it broad scopes. Anyone who lies under oath can technically be charged with perjury. The practical dial down of that happening is very narrow. When that happens practically, it's narrow. It has to be about a material issue. It has to be under oath, and it has to be provable. Generally, you see the person confronted about the fact that they are lying under oath. You're lying right now. Here's what you said. Generally has to be recorded. An expert saying, I think that the photos show that they've been altered is not going to be enough as a prior statement like you done did it, and then a statement you done didn't do it. So it is a long road. It is a long road to get from a civil case or a statement under oath to a perjury prosecution, a very long road. It is much more common in court that you have issues with contempt of court because the court has ordered you to do something, ordered you not to do something. You've violated a rule of the court. You've gone against a ruling of the court. That's more likely. And this judge seems to have a great amount of patience. Does only one attorney per team handle the close? Alicia, thank you for asking. No. Like in the opening statements we saw, we're going to have the same teams doing closing. So it's going to be Chu and Vasquez versus Rottenborn and Bredehoft. That will be the closing. And I think we'll see the law being argued by the gentleman first, and then we'll see both of the female attorneys coming in with the color commentary. That's what we saw in opening, and I imagine that's what we'll see in closing. Will you be going through the evidence we haven't seen yet when the jury is deliberating? Yes. I think I want to do panels to have people come in and chat about it. Yes, I want to have those discussions. Question, what's the role, if any, for AI systems in determining images fake and editing? I have no idea. I don't know enough about AI systems. Seems like it could be a good use. Those systems exist and are used by other government agencies. Seems like it could be a good use for AI, but I don't know. I don't know. Digital evidence is an issue for courts and lawyers have to figure out how to deal with evidence in the digital age. It is a growing area. Anyone who is interested in law, hear me now. A strong background in tech is going to be invaluable in the coming years, not just from digital discovery and e-discovery, but for these types of evaluations. So a tech background is going to go a long way in law, and there aren't nearly enough lawyers with a strong tech background. So, and if you want to make some money as an expert, having a strong, having a JD and a computer science degree is going to be in demand. Oh my God, my hair and my ears, because they have wires. It's a mess. Question, does the jury not use social media all the time? I mean, nobody can control the jury after the day. They can go home and search on social media. They're not supposed to. By the way, in Germany, the judge always decides the verdict. A lot of jurisdictions have a lot of countries have different ways of determining these things. And a jury of just lay people off the street seems like a very odd way to do it for people. But that is the way that we do it here. And with that being the way that we do it here, the jury is advised and can be held in contempt of court for violating that court order. But it is really up to them to take their civic duty seriously. And a lot of jurors do. They take it very seriously. People who've been on jury duty have reported, look, we took it very seriously. We're here for 6 weeks of our life. We don't want to fuck it up now. And I think they get invested the way we're all invested. Could you imagine getting through on the jury this long and then getting yeeted because you wanted to go search on Twitter? I can't imagine. Though it would be hard. What will Johnny Depp's team do with the 7 hours left? Witnesses, also, do you think the jury will dislike Amber so much that they will give Johnny Depp a win with a smaller dollar amount? It's possible. They could give him a win with a $2 amount. I don't think money matters. I think the liability does. They could also give him just punitive damages, just attorney's fees. There's a lot of options in the damages realm. Getting to liability is the biggest hurdle. If Amber loses, can she file for bankruptcy so she couldn't pay Depp? No, it's a intentional tort because of the willfulness, which can't be discharged in bankruptcy, and she is too young to go the way of Tom Girardi. So, no. Could they call for security footage? If they were going to, that would have already been done. I don't think that was preserved at the time. And generally you get the security like that overwrites after a certain period of time. So by the time this came up, that was so far in the past. I imagine there isn't. I imagine that there isn't still security footage. That generally has to be preserved pretty close in time. Would Depp's team have the opportunity to point out in closing? They can tell the jury to look at it. Unless the opportunity arises. Since the gallery has seen the jurors, do they have to sign anything when they come into the gallery saying they won't disclose anything? No, they don't know their identities. Some of the jurors are wearing masks. They're allowed to talk about their observations. God, if somebody in the gallery tried to dox the jurors, it would be a fucking shit show. But I imagine they'd have a sheriff knocking at their door to ask them about it because that would be horrific. But I hope that those in the gallery, just abide by common sense and have no contact with the jury. If they see them walk the other, just don't be there. Just do not let the jurors go. And I hope that doesn't happen. These jurors are fulfilling their civic duty and shouldn't be subject to, they should be allowed to choose if they want to speak publicly or not. That is their choice. And that they should not have that choice taken away from them because people were allowed to be in court. And again, this goes down to the don't be dicks. Everyone has to work together. Otherwise, courts are supposed to be open, but if juror safety is up for discussion, general members of the public could be restricted out of the courtroom because of it. And then we're left with, I don't know, then what are we left with? We're left with the mainstream media that can afford to send journalists or, traditional media, I should say, not mainstream. We're left with traditional media that can afford to have journalists there, and we're stuck seeing a case through their lens. And I don't think that's the right result either. So again, this is part of the we all got to work together. Do you think the jury will care that he doesn't have scientific degrees? No. He has a ton of legit background, including work for law enforcement in the military. I don't think they'll care. But trying to make fetch happen. I think that going in with the discrediting set up a very bad road, and it opened the door to let a lot of stuff in. I think they should have asked at the end, if they're going to try to go after his credentials, just wrap it up at the end. Because then after you've pissed them off, you can just sit down. And it's like, oh, and true. And sir, at the very end, you only have a political science degree, right? And you don't have any computer science degrees, right? You're all self-taught, right? This is just, you've decided to do the things, right? Okay, thank you. And then you sit down because then you've pissed them off right at the end. Couldn't Amber say the iCloud backup was due to Johnny throwing her phone off the balcony? There was also allegations of her phone being hacked. Depp's phone was also thrown off the balcony. I recall her and Johnny, just drivers, testifying that she had to back it up from the cloud. There was testimony that she had to back it up from the cloud. There absolutely was. Being backed up to the cloud's not weird. He didn't really get into it. He's like, some of these were iTunes backups, which is odd. But they just didn't get into it enough. How can they bring up Rottenborn's text message evidence that was purposefully wrong? And why was it allowed in? The text message evidence was not pointed out to be wrong by anyone. The attorneys didn't say these are incoming, outgoing, right? They didn't object at the time. So it's there. So that's where it is. Can you please explain rebuttal witnesses? Yes, they are witnesses that only go to rebut something that happened in the case. So like Dr. Curry coming back up doesn't get to do a whole new thing. Dr. Curry only gets to testify to, call out Dr. Hughes and try to have the jury yeet Dr. Hughes's opinion from their brains. Does it not? Thank you, Manny, for at least saying, doesn't it not? Does it not seem unethical? So is it unethical sometimes when either party is restricted by prior rulings to restrict witnesses and experts from telling their whole or full truth? It seems disingenuous to hide facts. Welcome to the rules of evidence. It's a very strange thing, especially for those coming from other systems, like when we were talking about or other countries, other judicial systems like Germany, where the judge decides. The rules of evidence are completely different because the judge decides. So the judge is able to be like, I can parse what's reliable and not reliable. Because we have a jury of peers, a jury of lay people, a jury of legal muggles. The rules of evidence are there to protect the evidence that comes in being credible, reliable evidence. And it keeps out things that aren't credible, reliable evidence. So there's a lot of information that a jury will never know. Does it feel weird? Yes. Does it sometimes feel frustrating as the attorney? Yes. Yes, it does. But I've never tried a case where every single bit of everything came in. Ever. It doesn't. The rules of evidence are simple and finite, but not simple. What's his face? Did you cover Eve Barlow being Amber Heard's girlfriend and that she used the old tweet about the UK trial cropped to look as if a witness was tweeting about this trial to get Depp witness kicked off the stand? It's one of the reasons she was booted. She was booted for tweeting. Yes, I covered it in a, do I have a YouTube short on it? I might have a YouTube short on it. I covered it on a reel and on a TikTok closer in time to when it happened. So yes, I covered it. I covered it in other content. Quickly. What do you think of Depp's rebuttal witnesses today? I loved the TMZ guy for SAS. I thought Dr. Curry was great. I had looked forward to her coming back. I am surprised they had somebody from CTAC, but it was great to see. It was quick. I don't know how much the jury will soak in after that day of fiery cross-examinations. I was glad to get to the EXIF data expert. I think the demonstratives were the most powerful. I was surprised they called Depp today, but maybe they wanted to give some space for tomorrow before we get to closing. And overall, I thought it was a very interesting day in court. So yes, all the answers. I thought it was a very interesting day in court. Couldn't Amber say the iCloud? We got that one. Let's see. How many times can you be on a jury? Is it one time thing or can you be called up anytime? No jury here in the Netherlands. Rosalie, generally after you've been on a jury, you are not on another jury for a year. However, there are two court systems here in the US, federal and state. So you could be on a state, in theory, you could be on a state jury and then get called for federal jury service. It's unlikely, but it can happen. And so you could end up being on multiple juries inside of a year, but generally, and this can vary by jurisdiction, you get like a 1 year, like, oh, you've been on jury duty. If you get called again, if you get shuffled through the lottery again and get called, you would say, hey, I just served on jury duty. I find that most people don't get called for jury duty that often, but I've interviewed jurors and they're like, I've been a juror 5 times. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? What? And then you keep that person immediately. I've been a juror 5 times. Good. You know what you're doing. And so you find that jurors that get called for repeated jury duty, or at least in my experience, tend to end up on juries again because it's like, hey, I know that you can come to a decision, and they will ask the juror, oh, what were the results of the jury? Did you reach a verdict or did you not reach a verdict? And it's like, oh, I was on 5 juries. All 5 reached a verdict. Good. You play well with others. Yes. You're staying on this jury. Thank you. So then it becomes like a fast pass to being on more juries. But no, you can get called for jury duty as much as once a year. I see it much less than that. Some people never get called for jury duty. Some people get called multiple times. Some people get called for federal jury duty and not state, and vice versa. I would love to be on a federal jury. It would be so interesting. Can you make a My 15 Minutes of Fame shirt? I will consider it. Will the jury remember that? I don't know what the jury will remember at this point. They might just be like this. Like, I'm taking notes, talking about this with you and working, and I still have to go through notes at the end of the day because my brain is fried. My first job as a nurse was at CHLA in 1970s. I too have ADHD and am a DV survivor and now a retired psychiatric nurse. Rob popped in with us. Thank you for being fantastic and helpful. You're welcome. Did you see it scare me? Noises scare me. I get jumpy. Rob!
How's it going?
It's good to see you. How are you?
Good seeing you. I'm doing well. I picked up a Canadian friend today from the airport.
Is he? Wait, do you want me to send him a link?
Sure, he's on the phone right now, but I'm sure if you send him a link, he'll jump on.
Okay, absolutely. I'll send Runkle a link and see if he wants to come on. Rob, will you go ahead and introduce yourself to the chat? We have over 98,000 friends in here right now. So if
my gosh,
go
I
ahead
have 98,000 friends.
We've got questions for you. You're in the jurisdiction, and you guys, if you have questions for Rob, go ahead and put them in.
Hey, chat. I'm Rob. I'm an attorney here in Northern Virginia. I have a channel, Law and Lumber.
With a viral video.
The viral video, the bed-breaking video that has kind of shook the internet, and Camille Vasquez hammered that point home on cross. I've been covering this trial and new to LawTube and enjoying myself every single minute. So
it might have shaken Camille Vasquez. I think that team probably loved that video.
I hope so. I mean, she used the exact cadence, the exact words. So
I love it. I love it when we source the internet. You were in trial yesterday, not in trial today. Were you watching today?
So I was watching today. Did anyone catch the video I did last night on the? Yeah, you were there. You popped in for a minute.
Yep. You were talking about the TMZ motion, which I wanted to talk about first. I did pop into the chat. I love the law nerds, but I always get nervous about distracting the chat. I don't want to come in and pull people off cadence. And so I get nervous to pop in because I don't want to pull anyone out of their thought process. And then I'm like, sorry, I didn't want to disrupt the class. So I feel bad. But
no, it didn't. It wasn't a disruption at all. But yeah, that TMZ motion, it was doomed from the start.
And you called it because when I had gone through it, I'm like, look, here's the interest. That's the first hurdle. But I really want to talk about whether they'll pierce the reporter's veil. And you kind of said, I think they don't get first from my memory. I think they don't get first past the first part. But if they do, then let's talk about it. That's more interesting. But they never got past the first part, which is what your take on it was from the beginning.
Yeah. And that motion, I mean, the case law they cited, man, all of the statutory authority they went to, and the judge kind of referenced it right off the bat. And when she started doing that, I was going, yes.
She said, that's criminal. She said, that's a criminal statute. And I was like, no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not a criminal statute. Hello, Runkle of the Bailey. Come in and introduce yourself to the chat.
So I'm Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer, and I'm here staying with Rob in Fairfax, Virginia, so that I can hopefully try to make it into the courtroom again tomorrow.
Very nice. You've decided that you hate sleep.
I apparently hate sleep. I hate sleeping indoors.
You hate sleep and you like airports.
Yeah. Also getting kind of beaked at by the border guard, because it was kind of funny. The customs guy was like, so what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm coming down to see the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. And he says, why? Court is boring.
Court is boring.
That's what he said. And what is it? And then so we talk a little bit, and I'm like, this is interesting. And eventually his parting line was, you can go have fun if you know how.
You know how?
Like, okay.
You know how? Wow. That's a whole lot. I was just editing mic settings based on chat feedback. Don't worry, we'll get it sorted. We're professionals here. Did you have a chance to watch court today, Runkle?
I was watching just on the stream.
Okay.
And today had a bunch of weird twists and turns.
Today was a roller coaster. We were just starting with the TMZ motion from Rob. Okay, Runkle, I'm going to turn you up a little bit more because they are saying they can't hear you. So let me blast your mic volume and see if that helps.
I right now I don't have my audio video set up at the moment, but
we literally just walked in the house.
I'm so glad you guys hopped on with us. I was turning that up. So give us a sec. We're getting that adjusted. But Rob, we were finishing talking about the TMZ motion. I know you thought it was a loser from the start. they cited some criminal law, which doesn't work like that. It doesn't cross over like that. So the chat is saying better. Thank you. Thanks, chat. Perfect.
Yeah, and the big thing was, and Judge Ascarati was making the point, he's a voluntary witness, and I love how TMZ tried to say, but he's under subpoena. Yeah, attorneys do that all the time, just in case they need it.
Have you accepted this subpoena? Thanks.
Exactly.
I mailed it to you. They can't reach out from Virginia, grab somebody in California and be like, come to me. That's not how subpoenas work. They didn't naturalize it. Like, it's such a headache to try to get out of jurisdiction witnesses. Of course, that witness volunteered to come, and now we can see why. He clearly wanted his 15 minutes of fame flaming Elaine.
Oh no, you hit the flame right on. Like, he wanted his 15 minutes of flame, like the fire that he set to that dumpster that was the
And he brought the smoke and the fire. It was, he was fine until Elaine came for him, and I thought Camille did a great job of letting the jury make the logical conclusion. So if it comes from the copyright holder, how long does it take? About 15 minutes. And how long did it take here? About 15 minutes.
Well, and that's the exact thing that I did in the bed testimony video, and how Camille left that testimony as well. You don't, the strongest argument you can ever make is the conclusion that you allow the juror to reach themselves. And once they do that, they're locked in. They're never changing their mind.
Yep.
It's also such a new lawyer mistake, and I did this a ton when I was, just starting out, where you really want the witness to agree with your conclusion. So with, say, Camille's cross-examination on the photographs, it's really easy to say, so you agree these are faked photos, and the witness is never going to say yes.
Nope.
What you need instead is just to suggest to them that that is the case. And then the jury already gets to yes if you've done your job right. So it's a tough skill to learn, because you really kind of want that. When you watch movies, they always get that moment where the witness says, yeah, I totally made it up.
Right.
In real life, it doesn't happen. And yeah, that was just really well done. I really liked that aspect there.
Can I share something with both of you that's making me giggle right now? We have substantially more viewers than the MLB on YouTube at the moment, and we are on the Live Now trending page. So welcome. But yes, you give the jurors the opportunity to come to that decision, and it wasn't hard. It was beautiful questioning.
Yeah.
We were just about to talk about cross-examination of Johnny Depp a little bit more. Ian, I heard from the chat that's like Ian thinks putting Johnny on was a bad idea. I'm like, well, I'm sure there's a reason that I can't see in the entire thing. So Ian, you didn't love the idea of recalling Johnny Depp. Why not?
I did not. And the reason why is that I think the jury was already really towards Depp's side. And so all of the things that they brought back, I was like, why? The jury does not seem to be agreeing with with Heard's position on this, with the points that they're trying to make. And so you're basically relitigating one issues. And so there's nothing to be gained by that. All you can do is basically say, here are some things that we think are actually vulnerable that the jury probably wasn't thinking were vulnerable. There wasn't a whole lot of room to advance. And the risk on that is that now you're putting them up for a cross-examination, and that the cross-examination can go not well. And I don't think that cross-examination went the best for Johnny Depp. I think that at the end of the day, it's not going to lose him the case. I don't think that the jury's going to be swayed back to Amber Heard's side from this. But if you had a couple of jurors who were on the fence and kind of going, I don't know, it might have pushed them a little bit in directions that you don't want. I didn't see that there was like just the cost benefit analysis on that. And that, that always worries me. It's really tempting to try to oversell a case that you've already won. And it's a great way to sometimes lose cases, because I didn't see a reason for it. I don't think they achieved a whole lot of gain on direct. And cross-examination, I think overall Depp benefited Heard today rather than Depp. And
that's different, because that's the first time.
Yeah. And the problem is you're giving Rottenborn a second try at cross. And every lawyer will have had this experience where you walk out of court, and what is the first thing you think? Even on the cases you won,
I should have
I
said,
should have, should have asked this, should have done that a little differently. When do you ever get a chance to actually do it differently the next time? Only here. And why? Like, just, now you've given him a practice round. And
well, and not just that, Ian. Sorry to cut you off, but Rottenborn delivered. I mean, he delivered.
That was his best cross of this trial.
He was spot on. Cadence, tone, language, when to interrupt, when to let him go, how to interrupt him. I mean, you want to talk about a litigator, like having that moment where you adjust and calibrate and you're doing exactly what you need to do. Rottenborn did it today. And I haven't been very impressed with that team, but today was his moment.
The thing is, though, when Camille had her shining moments of cross, it didn't annoy the fuck out of me, and Rottenborn did. It felt so much more hostile. But that is for jurors who are sympathetic to Depp. For jurors who might be sympathetic to Heard, it's going to be like, get him, add that. And
that
then,
was the thing, though. Yeah. And sorry, Emily. That was my bad.
Go ahead. We have whole ADHD friends here who want to.
Oh, yes.
I don't.
Three massive. By the way, this is the ADHD corner of LawTube that you're talking to right now. So exactly. No, but Johnny Depp, the way he responded to those questions, I was almost beating my head on the table listening to some of those answers, going, "Stop talking, please. Stop talking, please."
Very talking. And I thought that the thing that I was like, ooh, the photo from the before the train and during the train, the chat pointed out, well, if you're arguing that the train photo is staged or is edited, as Amber Heard said, it's photoshopped, then why say, but you were injured before or sunburned before or something? Because now it's too much spaghetti on the wall. But also you have that text with regard to Elon Musk. I don't know if that text is a win because you have so many other texts. I think if you had not put in so many texts earlier in the case, that one might have felt like more of a serve. But by this point, I felt like the air was kind of out of it. Had you guys seen that those texts about, mollusk before?
I thought that was pretty funny.
And the jury might have too, is the thing.
The other problem is that I think everybody will have had a bad breakup. And, this is part of the common sort of human experience. And when you're texting your friend about your ex you just had a bad breakup with, and the dude she's hooking up with now, what kind of things do people say? It's not always stuff that we feel super proud of later, right? A lot of that might be stuff that we
I don't know
kind of are glad.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never send anything offensive via text message to my closest friends.
I didn't have a cell phone the last time I broke up with someone because my husband and I have been together for like 24 years. So I had to go to people's houses in person and yell about my ex. So there's
doing domestic violence files, right? I'll see the complainant who nobody says threw a punch, like everybody agrees, was. And so there's dispute over whether, the accused threw a punch or something like that. But sometimes they still say some nasty things and just because you're pissed.
Yep.
So, it's not inconsistent with him having been a victim of domestic violence that he'd be upset coming out of it and that he might say some really, horrible things.
A very human experience.
Yeah, and I think that the jurors, if they have a juror who's had a messy breakup, they'll probably be going, come on, I said worse.
You talked about the fact that there are some young jurors here. So they're not old AF like me, where it's like, no, I wasn't texting breakups because I'm old. You've got some younger jurors there who are going to be like, God damn, if you pull up every text message I've ever sent in my life, I really don't want that to be the case. Speaking of these texts, I've got to pull it up on screen before we go because I posted it on Twitter and I'm going to pull it up to show you guys. Here's the thing with these texts. Hopefully you can see them. It says incoming, direction incoming, direction incoming.
Mm-hmm.
And the chat has been like, hey, when Depp said, I don't talk like that, that doesn't seem like me. It's very interesting that we're getting him and Stephen Deuters and that these are incoming into Depp's phone because these are dumped from Depp's phone. So I need to go back and look at the other text to see if the other ones say outgoing.
Yeah, and then the other thing, bringing this point up specifically, I was not that impressed with the attorney that handled the Depp side of this cross. There were so many times when I was almost jumping out of my seat physically, just going, "Object, please shut this conversation down." Why is he asking questions about like a legal conclusion? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that?
Yeah.
I'm like, stop him now. And it just didn't come.
She did not. She did not object a lot at all. I didn't know if that was strategy. I didn't know if that was that Rottenborn was moving so fast that by the time you process the objection, like Depp's already answering. Depp wasn't going slow and waiting to answer. He wanted to clap back at Rottenborn too, and you could tell he wanted to fight with Rottenborn, which also would have been Rottenborn's strategy coming in hot and being like, "You had this injury before. You have this here. You said this awful shit about Elon Musk." Like just boom, 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 boom.
You would have done the same thing. You would have absolutely. I know. Just I've talked to you enough to know that your style going into that would have been, "I want you to fight with me, and I want the jury to see you fight with me."
Do I like to smash people on cross-examination?
Well, and when you've got a witness where you're trying to establish that they're an angry person who flies off the handle, I absolutely want to needle that witness into showing the jury that that's who they are. So sometimes you will throw in just a little bit of condescension and a little bit of disrespect to a witness just to see if you can get them to explode. I've had police officers where the allegation was that the police officer, got upset and started throwing hands when they shouldn't have. And, just things like, constable so-and-so. Well, actually, I'm a higher rank. Oh, okay, I'll try to remember that. And then you forget again 5 minutes later, and you can watch them twitching. If you can get that witness to say something like, well, I had a police officer on the stand go, well, you clearly haven't been at this all that long because you're an effing moron. And the judge snapped at this officer going, "You can't talk to counsel that way." And I'm going, no, please let him. Please. I love this.
Overruled. Allow it.
It's showing that he's like the kind of person who snaps and gets angry and does things that he regrets. And
don't ruin my plan.
Yeah. Well, this was in a judge alone matter. So at least, the judges, I know the judge is clued in on it, but you're going like, I want to make that happen. And Depp was playing into that. I sort of made a comment on Twitter that a lot of people disagreed with. I said, Depp can't answer a question cleanly because he rambles. He'll go on, he'll talk about this and talk about that. And it can be a big problem for him.
Which is interesting stuff. It was the best moment of cross they've had. I don't know if it's going to move the needle. Were the photos were interesting to me because they had waited. I don't think the text was as impactful, and I don't think it will be to the jury. I think trying to get the text messages that could be incoming or outgoing was again him trying to make the throat injury text not be a sext and actually be a legitimate text. And it's like, here we go again. But the other moments were, I thought, very good on the time that they had. And he was just like trying to move along with the time. I don't know how much damage it would do. I don't know what the jury would have thought, but it gives, at this point, they want to give those one or two jurors that don't like Depp or might not like Depp the fuel to fight for their case or at least hang it. And I think that I just, Rottenborn's style is off-putting to me, but I also think he did a good cross and he did his job. And that's what you need here, because you've got Elaine out there just being like, you're here for your 15 minutes of fame for every fucking witness. And it's like, girl, Elaine, no, what did you guys, why even?
I don't know. I the other day when we were listening to the video depots, and her voice came on for one of the cross sections, and my neck, I just physically went, oh my God, I can't hear this anymore. I just can't hear it. Please leave my brain alone.
There was actually a moment and I forget which video depot it was, but Elaine comes on midway through, and Elaine starts out and then they switch over and then Elaine comes back. And when Elaine came back, before she even finished the question, one of the jurors who's normally fairly poker faced. That's juror A or juror 1. Went and just kind of did this like, oh, and looked up at the ceiling. And I'm going,
Me too, buddy.
when
Me
you've got
too.
jurors who just hate the sound of your voice. And I think she's probably much better in a shorter trial. The problem is that in a 6-week, what's that?
We heard her completely different in some of the depositions.
Yeah. Oh, she does much better work in depots. But the other thing is, after 6 weeks, she's got a lot of like verbal tics and habits that she uses to get around certain problems. And so, what, if any,
if I ever?
No, I don't. Runkle, you are not allowed to say that word ever again. I did it accidentally on my own stream, and I hated myself for it and ranted at myself for saying it.
But like in a 1-day trial, you know, you're not going to get to that level of absolute twitching every time you hear it. But after 6 weeks, every time she says that, I just feel like I've been stabbed. You know?
What, if any, physical pain do you feel?
I'm sure it's
when
you know, please stop, mix it up. There's so many open-ended questions you can ask. And
so when she gets flustered, she can't find her way back to a question, which again indicates to me she's more used to depositions than she is to litigation in trial. And I think she probably writes a really like bitch ass you suck letter. Like, you suck, you haven't turned over your discovery and it's a violation of this. I'm sure she's great at that end of litigation. But for a 6-week trial, it is great. Her opening was a disjointed mess. It sounded, once we heard Dr. Hughes testify, I'm like, Elaine and Dr. Hughes sounded the same with, oh, and then this happened, and you're going to hear this happen, and then she said this, and then he did that. And it was this very much like I'm telling you my girlfriend's story, like, oh my God, you're not going to believe it, but not in an endearing way. And it was very hard to listen to. But speaking of Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry was back today.
Oh my,
and she was amazing.
Like, love. Like, as an expert witness, I don't think I've ever seen someone testify as effectively as an expert witness. Experts are really hard to control to the chat. I mean, when you're an attorney, one, the expert loves to talk, and you have to find ways to cut them off without cutting them off and making it appear like a conversation.
They don't always be lawyers.
Yep. They can be very difficult to control and navigate. When you do cut them off, they tend to be a little bit type A, so they get a little chippy with you, and you don't want to appear that way. Dennison does a freaking awesome job in any direct of any witness ever. And when you've got someone like Dr. Curry, it's just like butter. Like it just comes across so smooth and so clean.
All Dennison had to say is, and then.
Oh, she is really good. I'll sort of echo what Rob is saying. The other problem with expert witnesses is that they're typically very smart people, and they often want to be seen to be smart people. And they may actually be smarter than counsel because, you know, if you're talking about you've got the top computer science guy on the planet in there, might be smarter than most or all lawyers. But they often just kind of want to crawl up their own butt. And so they just want to lecture, and it can be really difficult to control them because of that, because they want to be seen to be smart, and they don't like you putting the brakes on them and going like, back up. Like, I don't want you saying everything, just these 3 things that I'm asking you about. But she's really relatable. And I think that is a rare trait in an expert, because so many experts just are, you know, we've seen a lot of these off-putting experts in this trial.
So many. She also talks in chunks answering the question. And that's a trust thing. For the expert to trust that counsel's going to ask the next right question, I think goes to preparation and goes to trust. It really does, because Dr. knows that the next question is coming. So she's not trying to fuel all the information at once in some kind of a narrative. And not one of them brought a Post-it note up to the stand and said, what do you mean I have to like remember all of this? I don't want it to turn into a memory test. Okay, Dr. Hughes, like let's just not.
And it was also that Dr. Curry came straight in and was so direct. I mean, it was she shot across the bow immediately the second that she came to the stand. Let me tell you why Dr. Hughes was wrong. And I appreciated that so much. Just come straight in.
It was great. It was great. I think Dr. Curry is, well, I mean, there's a few favorite witnesses. Dr. Curry has absolutely been one of my favorite witnesses in this case because I feel like I've learned a lot. Like, I feel like I've learned a lot by her work. I want her life story. I loved the computer guy today. I really, really liked at the beginning the hashtag expert analyst who, like the Doogie Howser guy from her team. But I think they gave him a shit assignment. They were like, hey, we've got this brilliant dude here and we're going to ask you this. And we're not going to narrowly tailor it. And we're going to tell you that things aren't a problem. And obviously everyone agrees those are negative hashtags. And I don't think they gave him the right task. And he didn't work with them to get the right task. And that was a problem.
I mean, I sort of got the feeling that that guy was too happy to take a paycheck because honestly, at the end of the day, he's a really good expert in some stuff, but he was not an expert in the stuff they asked him to do. And I was sitting there going, if you want this guy to tell me about Unix and how it got started, I will listen to that all day long. If you want him to, explain to me what an API is and so forth. But really what he did is basically did a fancy internet search because, he's using this API to pull the data. Yeah. And after that, his expertise ends because he's not a statistician. He's not a person who is skilled in analyzing, this internet data. And his testimony, I mean, they didn't manage to nail him on it, but they really could have on a lot of what he said. Okay, so your algorithm treats Amber Heard is a fraud and Amber Heard is not a fraud exactly identically. Is that correct? Well, yes. Okay, so isn't it just hot garbage then? Is basically what we're looking at there. Because
isn't it just hot garbage then? Yes. And that's brought the evidence back up. But then they introduced hashtag Amber Heard and hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Oh, that was that was my favorite part because now during cross-examination and Dennison, you got a taste of it today during rebuttal, and that rebuttal was clean. I liked that rebuttal. That was quick. It was in, it was out. It was just dissect the data, make him look like an idiot, and make him look like he punched gaping holes and tried to mislead the jury, and also give Dennison one more chance to say Amber Turd 5 times, and just tee it up for Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez to slam it home during close.
Yep. And absolutely. And today's expert, what did we think of the metadata guy? Because it seemed like he basically was doing the same thing Runkle did on his video. Let's talk about your video, Runkle.
Yeah, so my video, and to be fair, Camille Vasquez put this to Amber Heard, right? This was a suggestion made to Amber that these 2 pictures are in fact the same picture, but one of them has been edited. That was, but then it's great to make that suggestion. It's better to back it up. And so what I had done, I'm not a photo expert. If I was running this in an actual trial, I would have hired an expert, which is what they did. But I went and said, let's compare these 2 things. And they are exactly the same image. And I sort of make the point that it's basically impossible to get the same image twice. If you look at even any 2 frames of this video, you're going to see different images. This little wispy hair does what it wants to do. And she's got little like fluffy, wispy flying, fly off hairs that are exactly the same position. You also just think about holding up a camera and you got to hold that real steady and you got to hold everything else real steady. You've got a heartbeat. You've got little muscle twitches. You're breathing. All of these things move you.
Says the competitive shooter.
Yes. I mean, this is the
micro movements of the body.
If you're playing a video game, often you're sitting there and you're able to just put the crosshair on the place you want to hit and it just stays there. But when you're actually doing this in a competition, you're seeing that thing maneuver in all sorts of ways. And basically a lot of the time you're trying to get it into a consistent pattern so that you can squeeze off a shot at the right spot when you're firing off at enough distance that your heartbeat and so forth is jarring you out of where you want to be. But she's also saying that this was taken in different lighting. So you have to also factor in here, she would have had to go and turn a light on.
Yep.
Or ask a friend to turn a light on. And all of these are much larger motions. These aren't just, snap, snap. And just the act of pushing the trigger essentially on the camera to take another picture is itself a pretty substantial motion. It's really hard to stay stable without like a firm platform. So I was really happy to see that expert going through that and talking about how these, are the same thing. And then he gets into the metadata and says, we can't confirm it is impossible to confirm the authenticity of this. And I'm going, well, we've just laid it out to them that this is, these are the same photos, and that is so important. And I don't know if, I worry that the jury sees somebody like that and goes, he's kind of boring. He's not as interesting as the flashy cross-examination and so forth.
He's not saying you're after your 15 minutes of fame alone. It's not happening.
Well, and the other thing, I saw a question pop up in the chat, and it's not a super chat, but it's a really good question. Why doesn't the jury get demonstrative exhibits? Because they are inherently prejudicial. They really are, because of the impact that is delivered by that demonstrative versus the raw data, which the jury themselves has to process. The demonstrative can be suggestive as to how the jury is supposed to process the information they just heard, but it's up to the jury to make that connection. So the whole photo is coming together. The jury has 712 and 713. Those are the exhibits. And the second that was said, 712 and 713, I started bouncing in my chair going, where's the demonstrative? And the jury can hold those photos in the back room, and they can put them together, and they can hold them up to the light and be like, same photo.
Yeah.
That's why.
But it's also, this is a critical thing, because the critical thing here is this doesn't just say, oh, these are the same photo. This makes Amber Heard having said something false. And, the jury can, once they decide that there's something false that's been said, that is what is it? That, they can form their own reasons for why that would be. But it's very difficult for them to come to a reason for that isn't she lied.
And there's that witness instruction that tells them if they can prove that a witness has lied about something, that they can choose to discount that witness's testimony. You've now got things to argue towards the jury instructions too, to say, look, you can't just go, ugh, I didn't like this witness's testimony. It was annoying. I discard it. You can't just do it for that reason. But once the jury instruction gives you a reason, and the reason can be they've said something false, and saying that those are not the same picture is enough. I think there was more there in Heard's testimony. But that is a very solid, but how do you get past this? And you start looking at the little lies that don't even make sense. It's like, why not just say, oh, they do seem like the same one?
Well, and this is where I want to come and defend Elaine. It's going to sound weird. I want to defend Elaine because Elaine had to deal.
Get all of us to defend Elaine dealing with her client, and I am personally attacked.
I get it. No, but here's the thing. You've got a client up there who has already made 9 million inconsistent statements, who wants to say a narrative more than anything in the whole wide world. Yep. So you're trying to box them in. So you can see her in buffer mode when she's up at the stand, just going, how do I rephrase this question to make it leading, but not draw an objection?
Yeah.
So when she's saying, I'm trying, she really is, because she has a witness that is just begging to go and give a paragraph, and in that paragraph is going to be 10 more things that she has to somehow deal with. So I don't really like that she couldn't do it on the fly. I think she should be better, but that's not an easy spot to be in. No. So
it's not. It's definitely not an easy spot for Elaine. I do think questioning on her feet is not her strength, and if questioning on her feet is not her strength, maybe Heard it was not the witness for her.
Yeah. And I'm planning a whole video just in defense of Elaine, because there's a lot of commentary online that is just, I think, very unfair. And there's a lot of signs that she's a quite skilled lawyer. She's just having a real hard time dealing with a witness who is the worst. And I suspect there's a lot of places where I just go, the instructions she's getting have got to be the worst instructions to ever get. Like when we see Waldman, when they called Waldman's deposition, I'm thinking that if I've got a client who's reasonable, I say, listen, we've got this counterclaim on the table, and you know what's going to happen with this counterclaim? We're going to lose. So let's just lose this. We don't have to go up and punt it, but we can just quietly lose it. We can argue in the media later, oh, we lost this because, the big bad judge. But you don't want
into the night.
There's a point where it's like how they basically, in order to keep this counterclaim alive, they essentially were chasing a ball into traffic, because that, like, the tail end of that deposition was so damaging.
Deposition was Amber Heard perjury, fraud, hoax, liar from a likable witness. And they didn't even edit it down. They asked 6 ways to Saturday. They could have done 3 or 4 questions where you got that objection, same instruction, same grounds. They could have just pared that down to 3 or 4 questions, but it went on.
They didn't want to. They couldn't do it.
It just went on and on and on and on and on.
And I was yelling at the monitor, and I was cursing at the monitor because it was so impermissible what they were doing. They were trying to use what is a truly valid shield that every person has the right to use for everything. And they were trying to use and imply that the proper use of that shield to protect all communications, because what you guys don't know in the chat is if one of those answers was yes, wall comes down, everything is fair game.
Yeah.
But they tried to use those stupid questions to try to imply that there was something nefarious going on. And I thought it was completely impermissible.
That's exactly what they were doing with it. And I imagine they're going to argue it, because they've already been saying, Depp is, I don't remember in what context, if it was
agency.
The agency argument when they were arguing the motion to dismiss, is that Depp's hiding behind this. And I imagine they're going to argue it. They shouldn't be allowed to. It should draw an objection, but they're going to say, this is Depp hiding behind all of his yes men, including Waldman. That's exactly what this is going to be.
I would be probably trying to ask for a jury instruction saying, this is what privilege is.
We heard they asked
you
for instruction to be crafted by, Venchu asked to craft an instruction about privilege. I think we get it.
And I mean, just for the chat, a lot of people get upset by the notion of privilege. Like, what happens if your client comes into your office and confesses to a murder? And your answer is, you don't tell anybody. That upsets people. But you just think about, when are you going to go to a lawyer? A lot of the time you're going to a lawyer and you're saying, like, I need to ask, how bad am I there? And just how, and what do I do? So let's, if we ignore the criminal context, let's say you go into your tax lawyer's office and you say, hey,
can also be
I did a thing. What do I have to do to fix it? And what you don't want is your lawyer saying, well, as it turns out, that thing you did is, actually a big deal. And now I have to report you, and you're going to end up owing, $300,000.
That would undermine the whole system.
Yeah, you have to be able to talk to your lawyer candidly and, unvarnishedly. Your lawyer has to know the good parts of your case and also the bad parts. And I see Steve C in the chat saying, if your client says they're about to commit a murder, that's a different thing. If your client is imminently about to go kill somebody, that is an exception to the privilege, or a place that sort of gives you a gap. But it's so important. This is the fundamental basis of lawyering. And to attack that in the way that Elaine is, really, I don't like it. And it undermines my sympathy for her. And I do have some sympathy, but I think that's one of those places I grit my teeth a little bit.
Kate Moss.
This is tired stream of conscious Runkle. I like this Runkle.
Kate Moss, no cross. Kate Moss, no cross.
Yep. Kate Moss without a cross. Kate Moss didn't have a whole lot to say. I thought that they might try to ask her more. Like, hey, you guys had a relationship and there was no violence in that. And I think they got shut down.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that's a proper shutdown. But the actual,
Barking about the thrown bottle. I think he could have said, has he ever thrown anything at you? Might have been fair because of Ellen Barkin. I just don't know if it was worth them fighting.
I don't think that there was anything that they could have gained on a cross on that one.
No.
I mean, what are you going to suggest? Oh, well, you're mistaken and Depp actually pushed you?
Are you here for your 15 minutes of fame?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Kate Moss is here for 15 minutes of fame. That'd go well.
Super chatted it probably an hour ago at this point. I thought it was hilarious, but now we get to bring joy to both of you with it too. So
yeah, I mean, there just wasn't anything to be gained. I think that not crossing was the right call because at that point you just say, move on. Let's not hint to the jury that we thought this was a big deal.
It's Kate Moss, but it's a blip. It went by so fast.
Yeah, there was like 2 minutes of Kate Moss, and then off she goes.
Because we had so much else happen in court today that Kate Moss being in court today, normally a big deal, is like, what? Because the thunder has been stolen from the fire that was brought.
Yeah. And I mean, I've taken longer ordering a pizza than that whole time that Kate Moss was on the stand. So
sure.
The TMZ guy was a much bigger deal.
It was.
And I kind of feel like as we get to the end of this, we're seeing a lot of like important witnesses, one after the other. TMZ guy, Dr. Curry again, that's a big deal. Johnny Depp is a big deal calling him to the stand, although I think it was not great.
I liked the moment he had when he talked about whatever happens here, I got to tell my truth. I wonder how important that moment was for Depp. And I feel like they wanted to hammer on the counterclaim a little bit more. Rob, I got a question for you from Nurse Katie. Do judges want these types of cases?
No.
She was excited, or do you think she feels like she drew the short straw? How do cases get divided in this courthouse? Do they just get number system coupled?
So the chief judge is in control of the entire docket. The chief judge, so they do a randomized order when they come in standard cases. Case judges assign it randomly, but the chief judge can reassign cases based on either one judge has had the case before in family law cases where I represent a family and then it comes back. Chief judge will give a special assignment and say same judge. Or in this particular case, the thought that I had was essentially Chief Judge White assigned this case to himself when he was Chief Judge, Bruce White. He was the one that actually issued the opinion that kept this in Virginia and didn't allow it to get kicked for jurisdiction. Great opinion. Go read it. It's on the Fairfax County website. Well, Judge Ascarati comes and takes over as Chief Judge after Judge White, and I think she just kept the assignment. She just kept it that way. But to answer the question itself, do they want these cases? Hell no. They do not want these cases. They hate them. The fact that this took 6 weeks on her docket, she despises, and you can tell that every time she gives the updated time.
There's little quips. You can hear it in her voice today more. And I also wonder, I didn't realize Judge Ascarati was the site judge, but or the head judge, but as Judge Ascarati being the site judge, it might be, I can't give this to my peers. I am literally stuck with this grumpy in my lap because I cannot do this to someone else. So I am now taking one for the team.
Yeah. And people don't realize last Friday when she was reviewing all the jury instructions, do you know what else she had on her docket that day? 3 felony sentencing. Like that. That's just like, I have to deal with that and this. And
last night she's reading all the case law. There was a night that she said this Friday, because they go into court a bit earlier on Friday to do law and motion and deal with the depositions and editing them. She said, we were here working till 9:30. This is an exhausting grind. Earlier, there was a super chat asking, do you think the judge is on social media looking at this case? I'm like, I think the judge is working, eating, and going to bed. Maybe a bath. Because this is exhausting days. And you can hear that she's getting a little bit like, nope. Are you going to approach? You can hear that we're almost done.
That motion argument was my favorite. That watching that banter was fan-freaking-tastic.
I love when she called Mr. Chu a snarky guy. I thought it was great. I wonder if that you got to see a little more of her personality, though. For this type of case, this is the judge you want to appear in front of. She has been consistent. She has been pleasant. She seems to wrangle the parties. She's kind. She's not screaming at people. You know, the jurors are going to love her. this is the judge you want for this case. I don't agree with the way she does her hearsay rulings, but they are consistent and you can plan around that because you know what she's doing. She doesn't do anything weird, and you don't want a judge that's going to do something weird in the middle of your very big, very expensive litigation. And she has been very much straightforward and consistent across the board.
I have a total legal crush on her. I think she's fantastic, and I would love to see, like, I would love to appear in front of her at any point. She was just, I don't agree with all of her rulings, but that is the nature of judging. Like, that is why it's judgment and not just like a robot that spits out a ruling. But she's fair, she's consistent, she's also kind.
Yes.
And I give that a huge amount of weight because it's so easy for a judge to get nasty. And it would be so easy for a judge, especially in this one, to have gotten nasty at several points.
Yeah.
You know, when you've got, Elaine is struggling for when she's struggling to figure out how to answer a question, the judge is just like, next question. But she's not like, she's not screaming. She's not dropping snark. You can also see when they go up to the sidebars she's always smiling at people. Like, even as she's saying, like, listen, you're not going to get what you want, she will deliver bad news with a smile. And that is so much, you got to figure everyone here is tired.
Yep.
You say, oh, well, I've done 6 weeks of work at a stretch. That's not a big deal. You got to realize every night when we say, oh, they're done for the night, they're not done. They're not done anything. They're going back and they're working until late at night. They're having a little bit of sleep, maybe some food, and getting up to do it again the next day. And every mistake they make is in front of the whole planet.
And we heard the witness from CTAC talked to the attorneys last night. And what we learned from the Rittenhouse case is these attorneys are probably getting thousands of emails, at least hundreds of emails. They are being contacted by all kinds. I don't think they should be, but they are probably being contacted by, did you see this TikTok with this? And did you hear that this witness said that he was going to lie about something? They're being contacted at their emails that are on their work website about all of this stuff. So to not only have somebody parse through, the BS to get to those little witnesses who might be a witness, to then figure out who that person is, get them looped in, do the disclosures that need to be done to the other side. They are working and sleeping very, very little. And attorneys like Camille are from California. They live in the other side of the country. So you're also living in a hotel for 8 weeks, probably at this point, if not longer. It's exhausting work. And having a judge is absolutely undeniable. So we're going to get to a few super chats. My moderators are telling us that we're #1 on trending for live on YouTube. The gentleman showed up and everybody was like, hello. So I appreciate it. Just turning out to my favorite LawTube. I freaking love you 3. I love having a conversation with us too. We found the ADD Kids Corner and I love it. All the hard work you've put into the career and bringing the classroom back to law. Thank you. And also, I got separated from my friends in class, so I'd stop talking. And I feel like now we get to just break all the rules. Can you ask their thoughts on the Hicksville guy from yesterday?
I thought he was fine. I didn't really. People were saying he has an axe to grind. He has some motivation to be here. Look, I didn't really see that. If the jury picked up on it, fine. He saw something that he thought was a lie. He called it out. Someone pointed him in the direction of the attorneys, and he testified. So,
I don't think he saw it and thought it was a lie. It sounded like someone else saw it and thought it was a lie and reached out to him and was like, "You were here." The thing I thought that was most interesting was he said it was $62 worth of damage.
Yeah.
That was the takeaway on the Hicksville guy. I thought he was great. I loved getting to see them voir dire the witnesses. That was great.
Oh, I was pumped. You didn't see me. I think I was on Legal Bites' channel, but I was like jumping up and down. I was like, this is like really exciting part. Like I was driving back from court and I think I even super chatted you because I was driving back from court and I had it on and I was like, are they doing voir dire in court? Like, is this happening?
They voir dire the witness. I geeked. There have been some very good legal geeky moments in this trial. And Elaine asked for voir dire today on the TMZ witness, and it was like, nope, that's not happening again, which I thought was great. Runkle, what do you think?
I actually missed that one because yesterday was the day I had to be back. Like I had a court appearance that I just couldn't move. And so I have to catch up on that.
Hey, but I'm a very famous YouTuber, Your Honor. Can I appear by court call? Like, did that not work? Did you try it?
No. Actually, the judge
I'm hearing in court in the U.S. Can I?
The judge that it would have not only denied that, but denied that with, let's go with emphasis.
Not all judges have the demeanor of Judge A. I've appeared before a few of them. That's funny. So no, it was great though. All right. Question for LawLumber and Runkle. Thank you guys for putting question at the front of your questions. It's so helpful for me. What are y'all's opinions based on the jury reactions? Who is winning this so far? I don't know. That might be a better question for tomorrow after y'all are back in court, but let me know.
So far from what I've seen, I think it's Depp's case to lose at this point. Unless something, and to be fair, I mean, maybe that happened today because Depp's testimony was how you would lose this case. But honestly, I think that the reactions from the jurors, at least the ones who are not completely unreadable, because there are a couple who are just completely unreadable, have been very much, I think, sympathetic to Depp and not showing sympathy to Amber Heard at points where you would expect sympathy. So that's kind of my feeling. Now, ultimately, closing can change that as well, because if I was the Heard team, I'd be coming in hard on the closing to say, listen, you've got this big, muddy mess, and who knows what's happening, who knows what's going on. But it certainly couldn't have been malice for her to have these opinions. You know, we argue she was a victim of at least some stuff, and that, you know, that it was okay for her to make these statements. And, you know, that the legal standard hasn't been met here. Ultimately, the jury might say, listen, we think that Heard is a monster and we think Depp is a victim, but we still don't think that the legal test has been met. And ultimately, you know, that could be a wash, but I suspect we will see a verdict, and it might be high numbers, but I kind of just have this feeling if I bet the number 7 million is going to get bantered around in that back room
over the divorce.
Yeah. Just like, let's wipe out what you got paid and just, you know, give him award 7 million.
Right, because there is speculation in the damages for both of them. Was he going to be back in Pirates? Was he not going to be back in Pirates? Does he, you know, they were clearly having creative differences over Pirates before this. So I think a lot of the acting career projections, it's what's going to happen and what's not. I think the jury could very much say those damages are all too speculative. We're not giving anybody the big money. We'll give you legal fees. And I think the divorce settlement's reasonable if they don't just say, all of you are the worst. No one defamed anyone. Go away. I wonder if Heard's team at this point will be able to pare back down. Rottenborn's opening was very good on the law. If they're able to pare it back down to the law, then they're back in a stronger position. I just think Elaine's not going to be able to do that based on her opening. It's going to be shots.
I mean,
they had this great, you know, Rottenborn's opening on the law. They had their argument on the motion to strike, which was like, hey, here's what the law says.
Remember, the law's on our side. The law's on our side.
And then they've got Amber Heard going to town and just telling if you look at those two data points, you would never predict Amber Heard's testimony, because you'd be thinking Amber Heard would be saying, listen, you know, it's reasonable for me to assert these things, not then he was dragging me barefoot across broken glass and, you know, all of this stuff. I'm going, you're not in a place of like two different viewpoints. And, you know, are we talking about, does she have a right to express her opinion? You're talking about two different universes, and which universe do we actually live in?
Yes, injuries detailed in court and what's been proven in court do not match. I think that is probably one of the most, I would guess that's very frustrating for Heard's legal team, because if they had stuck to what matches the photos and her experience with the phone call and the yelling and the name calling. And, you know, Heard came across very credible to me with the career restrictions and feeling restricted in her career. And then you bang on, this is an older actor who wanted a wife at home. She wanted to be an aspiring actor. You get to, is this abusive? And a jury might be able to get there. But once you get the injuries are, you know, action movie level, like walloped on, and then you get the photos, and then you get the questions about the photos, it gets very hard. And they also should lean into, she went to the attorney. And this goes both ways. Rob, I think you said it. She goes to the attorney and relies on that. There's no malice. She relied on the attorney.
Yeah, I mean, I pulled the case law on this one. My partner has done a ton of research and defamation cases and done that. So I pulled the case law on it. And I think the big thing is the media keeps, and everyone hears, we have been bypassing this heightened legal standard. These are two public figures. And then the burden of proof here and the legal standard, and people were asking if I was going to do a live at some point in time. I don't know. I'm exhausted from last night, but I kind of want to walk through the defamation law again before people go into that jury setting, the jury deliberation. But I'm still at like 60% here. Like, I'm not like this is Depp's team. Depp's case.
You could do it on Friday, or you could do it over the weekend while the jury's deliberating. I don't think they come back Friday.
There's no way.
No, after the judges read the instructions, you could do the video then. You could.
I mean, I'm a little higher than Rob. I'm at 70%. But 70% is still 30% of... I don't see it as likely. I put very small odds on Amber Heard walks away with money.
I put very small odds on Amber Heard walks away with money. I think it's more likely they both lose than Amber Heard wins.
Yes, absolutely.
I still think it's a difficult case for Depp to win. If he does, I wonder if it'll just be on the tweet. And I could see them being like, that's the shot across the bow. The tweet and the headline are enough.
That's exactly what I imagined. Is I could very much see them saying, listen, in terms of abuse, like him being mean to her and sending mean messages, that's enough. We're going to call that abuse, done. In which case he loses that claim. But I think that they are likely, I mean, this is my feeling, to say, we think that on the tweet that was a republication or re-endorsement of this, statement, and we don't believe her on that allegation, and so therefore that's defamatory, because of course it is, right? That's such a huge allegation there, and so I could very much see him winning on one of the claims, and it's just that one.
Yep, and they. Defamation per se on that and say this whole damages thing was a mess. We're not dealing with the damages. We're finding it on defamation per se because that allegation is an allegation of something criminal, and we're going to just stick to defamation per se, give you jury, give you, attorney's fees, give you, whatever compensatory damages they might want to do, which I think are capped in Virginia, it looks like, because everybody
punitives are capped. Compensatory, not. Punitives are. I mean, I thought about this one. If I'm Vasquez, I'm having a serious discussion with Depp, and I'm saying, please, I'm begging you, let me ask the jury for $1.
Yeah.
Like, just give me that power.
Yeah.
Because if I go in and I say, you've heard everything, all Mr. Depp wants at the end of the day, even though he's proven 50 million, all he wants
validate him.
Is a verdict and $1.
Yeah.
Yep.
And boom, 20-minute deliberation, jury comes back, $1, Mr. Depp wins.
And then
you're not
then you're not fighting over damages for days.
Yep. Well, and that is the most valuable dollar on the planet right now, because that dollar is probably worth the 50 million to him.
Right. And it does, because it redeems you, and it gives you the, I've stood up for myself and I won, which is where we got like Taylor Swift in her countersuit was asking for $1. She's like, I want you to hear my side of the story and validate that I'm right. I don't need the money. Yeah. I don't care about the money. I care about my name and my truth. And I think we're there with Depp, which will be very interesting. I'm going to get to some more chats because we have chats for all of us. Question, are Runkle and Rob going to be at court tomorrow? Do they have line holders? I love their bromance.
So this one's going to be in court. I have other stuff to do. We're not going to report about how we're getting in or line holders or anything else, because the line craziness has been nuts, and I don't want to give the chat any ideas as to
I appreciate your candor and restraint, sir.
Yep.
So I love their bromance. Do we get a buddy comedy or a podcast? I think it's
I don't know about podcasts, but he'll be getting almost no sleep. And when he does that, I don't know if you caught the live stream he hosted afterwards. I have to kind of navigate his ADHD tired brain and like kind of redirect him, like Runkle here.
When tired, it gets so much fucking worse when tired for me.
All of the little things that you learn to rein in your attention deficit go away, and it just runs crazy. So yeah, no, I really appreciated Rob was sort of like, Runkle, you need to be talking about this. And I'm like, oh, right, let's get back onto a topic.
Question being that it is in Virginia, what, if any, ability would either party have to bring up another case? Oh, that ship has sailed. The statute of limitations have run. That ship has sailed. We are on the Titanic, and we are done after this. But Rob, you were starting to talk about the heightened standard. I believe there is a standard quirk with the malice element. Do you want to give a brief explanation about that with the malice and the standard?
With the actual malice finding itself, basically that you actually have to prove that they had knowledge that what they were saying was a lie, and that they knew that what they were doing would cause the level of damage that it essentially did, or that it would defame the person. And actual knowledge is not something that's.
But does the ACLU get us there?
What was that?
But does the ACLU get us there?
I think they do. I don't know. That's the hard part. The question that you have here is, there's two ways of looking at this. Amber Heard, technically speaking, could have subjective belief and a reasonable subjective belief that she was a victim of sexual violence. She could have that reasonable belief, in which case her statement itself would not be a falsity.
I didn't go with that.
But the problem with that is that the jury now has the ability to assess that subjective belief, and whether that subjective belief is reasonably formed. I mean, you've watched her say how many mistruths.
And that's the problem with all of the other little things. Because once you get all the other little things, it's like, well, once you get all the other little things, it's like, okay, well, we know some of these are mistruths. There's no way she believes those two photos aren't the same photo. And the pledge versus donate.
Yep.
You just, how do you get around that? So that's where I think if they want to find malice, I think they legally can, and it's not going to be a problem. They can do that if they want to. Question, what was bad about Depp's testimony today? So we didn't quite follow up on, we believe it was painful, but not into what you thought was painful.
Runkle, stop typing.
Oh, sorry. I don't know how loud it is.
Runkle, you're just like, I love it.
Sorry, somebody asked me a question in the chat that was better answered in the chat. So,
Rob, what do you think? How bad was it?
Yeah. It wasn't that what he was actually saying was bad. That didn't bother me so much. It was how he was saying and how combative he was becoming, because there was a chance there that first of all, the cost benefit analysis of calling him in the first place, that drove me insane. It's all risk, very little reward. That drove me crazy, because you don't need him. You don't need him to say anything. You didn't need him to deny the agency part. You could do that based on what the jury had already heard in previous testimony. Yeah, exactly. Throwing him up there and having him testify not only to that, but to the subject matter, the testimony about when he was on the Orient Express, and looking at the photo, and he was like, well, you can see the light shining off my occipital bone. And I just threw my hands up. I was like, are you kidding me? Why are you using that phrase? That's going to make every juror go, you scripted that. You knew what you were doing. Yeah. What the heck are you saying? That drove me crazy. It was a couple of those moments where he challenged the authenticity of documents being presented to him that Rottenborn then says, well, these were your own documents. That makes you look bad to a jury.
Yep. Ian?
Yeah, I thought again, with, cross-examination often isn't about the answers you get. It's about how people see you responding to the question. When Camille Vasquez suggests to Amber Heard, you edited this image, she says no, but the jury is going, well, we think yes. What the problem is, he was so combative, he was so defensive, he was really looking like a guy who was not coming off well. And I think, I'm not saying that I think he was dishonest. I think he was being honest. I think he was being flustered. I think he was upset. I think he's angry. I think he's all those things, but it doesn't play well. And I think his real advantage on this is that you still can hold him up and hold Amber Heard up. And no matter how bad Depp gets, he's still above Amber. She was so bad, but he was not as good as he was before.
And he wanted to have that last say.
Yep. We've seen Johnny Depp on a downward trajectory here, and the jury's going to remember him now on this level, not on the other level. Just giving Rottenborn a second, like a do-over was, and Depp is probably himself tired. He's probably, exhausted. It's really hard to stay in the game, especially because, he will have been discussing strategy. He'll have been discussing, this and that. A
private person seems to be an introvert, and all of his shit is in public. It's exhausting, not just from sitting in court all day.
Not to mention that I imagine that every single person in the chat remembers exactly how the rebuttal ended with him testifying, where they played the audio.
Yep.
And you just felt crushed like that.
So
yep.
We've had Amber Heard's testimony, and when Depp testified, it was so still, like the chat felt still. It felt still. The way his testimony felt on direct was such a stark contradiction to Heard that it might have been worth it to remind the jury of the contradiction and then let him fight a little for himself. Also, he echoed some of the things Dr. Curry said, that it was cruel, and some of those things. So lawyers are risk adverse. Yes, you want the award, but also if you have a client that's like, I need my final say, you don't have much time. Can we ask a question about closing, or did I cut you off, Runkle?
There was kind of a disjunct between, I thought that Depp did really well at conveying emotion, and he was also bad at answering the questions in a fashion that doesn't come off as kind of defensive or Weasley. And so it's this weird mix of really genuine with kind of not as genuine. And
I thought it was genuine and genuine. I think there's a genuine dislike for Rottenborn and a genuine, I've sat here through this shit for 6 weeks and I'm going to take my shots back. I think it was a little indulgent.
But being punchy like that is a way that people will deflect questions when they are not being honest. And I don't think that's what he's doing. And I think that a lot of the people in chat and on Twitter and so forth are saying, oh, I didn't think he was so bad. I didn't think there was anything bad about that. I'm going, you are coming at this having drawn the conclusion that Johnny Depp is, a real victim here. But you always have, part of lawyering is always trying to put your brain into the other states of what if you're a juror who isn't super convinced?
Right.
And I'm worried, I think Depp to a juror who thinks that, that Johnny Depp is, a serious victim here and that he walks on water and is going to say Depp did fantastic. Depp kicked Rottenborn's butt and we just liked seeing it. But if you're a little more on the fence, you might be thinking, I don't like this. I don't like punchy Depp. I don't like angry Depp. It might push you in directions that you don't want to be. And I think that's where Rottenborn wanted him to be today. Rottenborn wanted him to be combative. He wanted him to look aggressive. He wanted him to look frustrated, and he wanted him to look like he could, in some fashion respond badly. And that's why I think that this didn't go well for Depp. But at the end of the day, we'll see. I don't think it went badly enough to lose Depp the case.
And that's a fair point. I'm going to pop onto a few super chats because, frankly, we're almost at 6 p.m. You guys are at almost 7. Runkle's got a long night, and I don't want to keep people. I want to be mindful of your time. But do lawyers always use all of their time during closing if they can make the point in less time? Does that matter?
The good ones make the point in less time.
Yep.
Opinion, you use the time you need and not more. And you try not to repeat yourself 700 times, especially on a 6-week case where the jury is tired. They want to be done. And Rob said, you use the time you need, Runkle.
I think my best closing was a 20-minute close.
Oh, I've had some good short closings. I think they'll play some audio though. I'm ready for a media moment.
This one is too long for a 20-minute close. I don't think you can do it, but you're going to want to be concise. You're going to want to hit your best points. They really need, I think, to avoid rambling because the jury is so tired of this case right now.
Yep.
And I think that they will give tremendous credit to whichever side does not waste their time.
Should Johnny Depp's team prove the text and quote from today that Johnny Depp did not remember were actually not JD's, but incoming texts? I don't know if it's even worth bringing up again, or you forget.
Just leave it
and just scoot on. I think you scoot on by. The jury's had a lot of info today. Could any of you see a scenario where the jury could see Depp's verbal as reactive to Amber Heard's physical? It's possible.
Absolutely.
We did talk about reactive abuse. Unfortunately, the IPV experts that came in were Heard's not great experts. You had Hughes, who was supposed to be the IPV expert, and then Spiegel. And so I don't know what this jury will see as reactive abuse, and I don't know if we will get Depp's team talking about it because the experts did not make their points well. Spiegel, by the time Spiegel got to, did I have to answer that? It was a fucking shit show.
Oh, he was so bad.
Hughes was the worst expert I'd ever seen until Spiegel got on the stand.
I mean, the fact that they didn't clip his license on the way out of the courtroom, like honestly, I wish they had a pair of scissors. Someone just goes snip, see you later, bye.
It was appalling testimony. And then the behavior mixed with the appalling testimony. And then I don't even forget Dr. Vision's name because he sounded like Vision. And we just decided in the alternate universe that the doctor who testified was Paul Bettany in Vision. In this timeline, he was so reasonable, so knowledgeable, and really talked about the rules of ethics for their profession in a way that was so easy and pleasant. You were like, oh shit, Dr. Spiegel fucked up.
Yeah.
May have missed this earlier. I'm tuning in now. What's with the jury info being held for a year? I talked about that a little bit. We'll talk about it again. Rob mentioned this on Legal Bites earlier, but y'all got me addicted to LawTube. Love y'all's commentary. You can motion for jurors' information not to be public. The juror can still decide to disclose themselves, but they can't be pulled out into the public eye for at least a year. Is that unusual in your jurisdiction? That seems...
No, that's common in all jurisdictions. It's pretty standard. The only thing you look at is who made the motion.
In Canada, it goes a step further. For life, the juror is forbidden from talking about it.
See, we have all of our free speech, and if jurors want to write books, then they get to go on their circuit and write books.
Yeah, can't write books, can't be interviewed, can't anything. As a lawyer, I can't interview I can't interview the actual jurors to say, hey, tell me about the deliberations.
I love talking to jurors because they gave you so much feedback on how to be a better lawyer and their inner workings. I loved talking to jurors, but if we had almost a rule that prohibited them from profiting off of jury service, it might cut down on some of the people wanting to be on these high profile cases. I think there will still be activist jurors. I don't think we're going to ever get rid of that, but it might cut down on some of it. I just don't see that ever happening in our legal system. But that's a really interesting difference, Runkle. You're like, how are they talking to people? That's weird.
Well, we sometimes when they want to study how juries think, they'll actually they'll have researchers who will do things like pay people to be a second jury. And so the gallery might actually have a research team. This has been done a few times and so then the researchers can talk to this fake jury that they assembled. And I mean, it makes it very difficult for people to research things like, do juries make good decisions? And what, are these good jury instructions? That's, I think, a reasonable thing for researchers to study. Yeah. And we just can't.
That's so interesting. I mean, in my experience, I've seen very few times where the jurors and I've disagreed. And most of the times when I'm like, I can see how they got there most of the time. And so when people are like, are you jaded about the jury system? most of the time I can understand why a jury's done something they did, either contextually with what's going on in the world or the community, or with what was going on in the particular case. Even if I didn't like or agree with the result, I can see how they got there. Rob, has that been your experience or no?
I mean, I am so fortunate that 99.9% of my cases are bench trials. I love it. I love the predictability.
Yeah. Different.
Yeah.
Jurors are not predictable. I can generally understand them, though, once we get there. Will the jury have access to the text messages read in court today? Yes, they have everything that happened in court today except the demonstrables, and they mark it very clearly as a demonstrable. So the underlying photos, but not the overlying photos. I saw some of you asking about where to get the evidence in court. There's always a link in my description where you can go to the Fairfax County website. Look, Fairfax County has a very transparent website. They have a very easy place to go get all of the motions. There is no charge. Everything that is available for the public is on that website under high profile cases. There's a link, you can find it. I've seen a lot of East Coast jurisdictions that transparent, not as many West Coast. There tend to be much higher fees for court documents and things like that on the West Coast.
Yeah, Fairfax County's done me proud. They've handled this case remarkably.
Question, Runkle, will you do another live after court tomorrow? Also, Emily, Runkle, Rob, and Lawyer are my favorite law tubers. Thank you. I don't know if we need a tier list of law tubers, but I'm always appreciative and honored. I think the nice thing about LawTube is there are enough for everyone to find their homies.
So I'm going to try, but here's the wrinkle on that. If I'm successful in getting into court tomorrow, which I'm going to be trying to do, and that is going to be a whole circus for reasons I can't really sort of note here.
Wrinkle is?
Well, then I get out at 5:30 and, I have very limited time for things like sleep and eating and, maybe some basic hygiene. So I will try to fit some streaming in there, but it'll probably be like an hour or two.
Sweet summer child, get some dry shampoo and you will be fine. Would you like them to follow you on Twitter so you can give quick contemporaneous updates?
That is a good idea because I will be sort of stepping out during breaks. And I also try to jump on a stream sort of at lunch, but there's been some challenges. That hasn't always been possible, but I will try to.
That the jurors were around and you just couldn't stream. So your Twitter is what?
It's at Ian Runkle. So INRUNKLE.
And Rob is what?
Lumber Law.
Perfect. All right. Sorry, Runkle. Keep going. Just wanted to make sure.
There have been jurors sort of wandering around, and I'm super careful because I don't want to. Even if it's not identified who it is, I don't want a juror being on the stream, and I don't want a juror hearing me talk about it because, so I see a juror, I leave. That's my take on it. Yeah, because
the other way.
I am trying to be super respectful to this court. I am a visitor in a strange land. So I want to make everybody's life easier. I don't want to be being discussed in chambers. I don't want to be,
There's this YouTube lawyer from Canada. Are there really llamas at court, Jenna? No, they're
alpacas. And if you go to Ian Runkle's Twitter page, he took a lovely photo with them the other day.
Yeah, I have never had alpacas brought to any of my court proceedings.
I've never had alpacas come to any. I don't think I've ever seen wildlife outside of my court proceedings, except the wildlife that inhabits downtown Los Angeles. So that. Wonder, did Amber give Rottenborn instructions on how to get to Depp? I don't think she needed to. I think that was pretty clear. She was giving notes to him during Johnny's direct. I don't know. I imagine it might have been her memories of what was going on from the train ride or information with regard to that. I think they've probably had those conversations long ago in a part of hearing out your client and all of that. I think they've probably done that. So a few more questions if you guys have time. Do we have a few more minutes and then we'll wrap up?
A few more minutes. Yep.
Okay. Do you think there is a stark contrast in likability between Johnny's witnesses and Amber's witnesses will make the difference in deliberation?
It will make a difference.
It weighs in, but it won't make the difference here.
Not the difference, but a difference. Yeah.
The thing that makes a difference is it's easier to retain information from the witnesses where the sound of their voice doesn't make you want to scream. And it's much easier to tune. Like if you can't listen to Elaine questioning, you might not hear the answers on her cross to take away the bits that are beneficial to their side. So it all plays in with how we relate to people. And it's why they tell jurors not to make up your mind till after closing. But that's a very hard human thing to do.
Well, and things like attractiveness weigh in court decisions. If you like somebody, you're more inclined to think that they are correct. And that's not logically sound, but that's how people work.
Human sound. Have you ever had the same juror twice? No. That would be no. That would be a very off chance. Question: why did the Jennifer Howell letter not get shown in court yet? I think it's a ruling. I think it's an
we don't know.
An exclusionary ruling is all I can guess. I would imagine that some of the grounds for that might be more prejudicial. This judge has been very cautious, and I was wondering about the rulings with this expert too. I really want to know what happened with the motion for sanctions with regard to the digital evidence not being turned over consistent with the court orders, but we just don't know, which sucks.
Yeah, agreed.
Do you think social media will be used in future cases after this case and have strong hold? I mean, I think social media is here to stay, but we did see witnesses end up in this case because it was televised, which might prompt other lawyers to push for their case being televised. Most cases aren't going to have the reach of this case because it doesn't have the notoriety or the kind of pull of pop culture. Cases that are more politically divisive don't have the viewership that this case does. This case is a pop culture celebrity driven case with two celebrities. It's kind of an anomaly, but that's kind of my thoughts on will other lawyers push to have their cases streamed. What do you think, Rob?
I mean, look, this case is so unique that it took someone who's never made a YouTube video in their entire life, made a video that now has almost 2 million views on YouTube. That's how unique this case is. So
yeah,
I don't know that you're going to see one come up like this again. But I think it definitely influences how attorneys are going to handle social media going forward.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of room for younger attorneys that are social media savvy to start making a name for themselves, being the go-tos when it comes to understanding social, helping firms navigate social and tech. I think there's a lot of room there because a lot of older attorneys are tech avoidant. And I think for a long time, attorneys were very social media avoidant because they didn't want to deal with the potential ethical rules of attorney advertising. And what if somebody retweets you, but they're represented by another lawyer, and could it be a problem? A lot of lawyers just didn't want to deal with it and don't understand social well. So
yeah. And I mean, when I was in law school, they basically said, make sure your Facebook is locked up so that nobody sees you with a beer. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. Any workplace that's not going to hire me because I drink a beer, I don't want to work at.
I can say that in Canada, it feels just irresponsible. How do you think Amber Heard got the 100 million number? Pull it out of a hat? Possibly just double Johnny Depp's 50 million and go like this. Oh, you want this? I'll give you this. Because we haven't seen a basis for it in court. Dual barrel.
Yep.
That's how I think we got there. I'm going to do just two more. The thing is, Hedwig says, the thing is, this was great testimony. They know he is a victim now. They may. I honestly think at least half know he's a victim. They'll see a victim taking his voice, standing up to a bully. The other jurors will be swayed by their passion. Could be. Attorney here also, Kenna, I agree with Runkle's take on Depp's testimony could have been damaging to his case. Emily, all three actually, thanks for your work on YouTube. Helps change the stigma of our field. Yeah, not all lawyers are dicks, you guys. I mean, some of them are.
I mean, I am, but yeah.
Stop it, Runkle. Believes you. Don't come here lying on my channel. No one's going to believe that you are so nice. He's like, I'm the rudest Canadian I know. Henri said, please say happy birthday to my fiance, Darren Cole. He's a big fan of yours, watching this whole trial with you through the day. He just turned 30. Happy dirty 30, Darren.
Yep. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Do you guys have any parting thoughts? Where to find you? Plug your channels, all the things.
YouTube, Law and Lumber. So Law Lumber, go check it out. I have a couple of videos up there now that are fun to watch. And then I jump around on streams. I like doing this a lot more. I like engaging with you guys directly rather than going and making these videos. So follow me around and I'll come keep talking to you.
Streaming is way better than videos on demand. Way better.
I kind of like a little bit of both because I like being able to do sort of just a little educational encapsulated video. But I guess I'm going to be doing some more streaming because apparently people have been enjoying those. But I'm at RunkleOfTheBailey, so RUNKLE, and then of the Bailey. I'm on Twitter, I'm on YouTube, but YouTube is where I sort of usually post. So, yeah.
Absolutely. You guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Leonard, thank you for being in the chat. It's always weird to end a stream with like 80,000 people in it, but it is time. It is time for dinner and to go see my kiddos and let these fine gentlemen get back to what they're doing and get ready for a long day tomorrow. Runkle, keep us posted if you get into court. I'm going to wrap this up. If you guys want to hang for just a minute, everyone, if I did not get to your super chats, thank you for your support. I apologize. I do try to get to as many as I can. And the chat today, we got up to over 195,000 people. So it got a little hectic and we didn't get to them all. So I'm going to roll the outro. And gentlemen, if you want to stay to say goodbye, you are welcome to. All of you, thanks for being here. Take care of yourselves. Today has been a good day in court, a hard day in the news. So be sure to take care of yourselves and give yourselves the space that you need. And I will see you back for court tomorrow. Court, Leonards, court is adjourned. It's time to hit the outro and get going. All right. Yes, I'm pounding on the federal rules of evidence. That's just how it goes. Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, LawNerdsUnite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.